Now I invite conference convener Dr. Anuradha to welcome Dr. Aruna Anchal, Dr. Sanjeev from ICRT, and to welcome the principal of our college, Madam Karamjeet Kaur, with plants and shawls. Foster collaboration, exchange of ideas, and create new pathways for discovery. The theme of this year's conference is a reflection of the challenges and opportunities in a rapidly evolving world. The conference endeavors to focus on areas of theoretical We are excited to explore the synergies that arise in diverse fields, and the diversity of expertise represented here today is a testament to the strength of multidisciplinary approaches in solving complex problems and advancing innovation. The conference not only encourages us to engage with one another, but also to think outside the disciplinary margins. Only by working together we can achieve meaningful progress and create solutions that have a far-reaching impact on society. We are excited to embark on this journey of discovery and collaborations, and let's make this conference a memorable and impactful experience. With this brief introduction of the conference theme, now I invite esteemed principal of M.D.S.D College, Madam Karamjeet Kaur, for her welcome address. Please, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. I feel extremely glad to welcome everyone in this one-day international multidisciplinary conference on contemporary trends in humanities, social sciences, and technology in the global world. I am extremely glad to announce that this conference is organized in collaboration with International Council for Education, Research and Training. The conference is expected to bring together academicians across the globe representing multidisciplinary and diverse groups of teachers and scholars, scientists, and technical experts. I am proud to welcome Honorable Chief Guest of today's inaugural session, Dr. Manisha Bogji, Executive Director in Professional and Development of ICERT. I am extremely delighted to welcome Guest of Honor and Conference Chair Dr. Aruna Anchal, Director and Head Research and Publication Division ICERT. She is Dean and Head Department of Education, Baba Mastnath University, Rohtak. I also welcome keynote speaker Dr. Anand Kumar, Head and Associate Professor, Department of Physics, Institute of Integrated and Honor Studies, Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra. I am pleased to welcome keynote speaker Dr. Ravi Bhushan, Professor, Department of English, Bhagat Phool Singh Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, Khanpur Kala, Sonipat, Haryana. Dr. Sandeep Kumar Sihag, Secretary ICERT. All the participants of online as well as offline session of this special day of international conference. Our college has been accredited with A grade with highest CGPA, that is 3.41. It is also recognized by the UGC under 2B and 12F in the concurrent scenario of National Education Policy 2020. The college offers vocational courses in web designing, information technology, garment construction, textile designing, fashion designing, and cosmetology, along with traditional courses. The college also offers dual degree program and has been the study center of IGNOU since 2005. The students and alumni of our college have left an imprint at number of events held at national and international level in various fields and have brought laurels for our institution and for our country by bagging medals. The district, state, university, and national level achievements in NCC, NSS, sports, literary, and cultural add to the glorious image of our institution. Our college takes steps towards environmental consciousness and climate change. Our initiatives like Swavlambi Bharat Abhiyan, tree plantation drives, anti-plastic campaigns, anti-drug rallies not only make our students self-reliant but also sensitize them towards environment. I hope that this conference will enable professionals, academicians, research scholars, health professionals, teaching faculty, industry professionals, trainers, leaders, and social reformers, educationists in policy making and implementation for making a sustainable future of our coming generations. I am glad to know that 200 national and international papers will be presented in 7 technical sessions. I again welcome you all and have a great day and wish you all the very, very best for your next sessions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Principal Ma'am, for your blessings and also for your encouragement. It is my honor to introduce our esteemed chief guest of today's conference, Dr. Manisha D. Beogji, who is currently serving as Executive Director, Professional Development Division in ICERT. With a double MA in English Literature, she also holds a PhD degree in English. She has 17 plus years of experience in teaching English as a subject and as a language. She has worked as a technical writer also, and she also worked as an IELTS soft skills and personality development trainer at professional level. In her present job, besides academics, actively involved in training on personality development, soft skills, and honing the interview skills of students. She is member at various professional bodies and honored with several prestigious awards. Now I invite you, ma'am, for your conference address.
Thank you very much for that lovely introduction, ma'am. Am I audible? Before I start, let me know.
Ma'am has joined us online.
Okay. Could you please let me know if I'm audible enough? Hello?
She's asking whether she is audible or not.
Ma'am, you are not audible.
She is audible. Something wrong from her side. We need to show for
Could you please confirm now if I'm audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible here, no problem.
Okay, thank you very much for that confirmation. And with this, let me start. I hope my screen is shared with
Now
you
you are
all.
audible, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much.
Your PPT is also visible.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, everyone present at this conference. Honorable dignitaries on the dais, esteemed educators, respected organizers of the International Council for Education, Research and Training, ICERT, and my dear colleagues from across disciplines. It's an immense honor to join you all here today at M.D.S.D College, Ambala city, for this momentous one-day international multidisciplinary conference on contemporary trends in humanities, social sciences, and technology in the global world. First and foremost, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to the organizing committee for inviting me to this prestigious event. I bring my warm greetings from Pennsylvania, USA, and share in your vision of fostering intellectual collaboration and innovation with this opening quote. Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world, said by Nelson Mandela. In the rapidly evolving global landscape, it has become evident that no single discipline can address the complexity of modern society. The convergence of humanities, social sciences, and technology is not merely desirable, but essential for addressing the present challenges of our time. Now, what are these challenges? There are so many challenges, but if I had to just limit it, I can say that from climate change and public health crisis to ethical consideration, which is the most important part in today's time, that is artificial intelligence, and the remaining of the education in the digital world as we are aware about it. Today, as we gather under this aegis of the multidisciplinary conference, we are reminded that innovation often emerges at intersections of disciplines, right? And by encouraging dialogue and collaboration across boundaries, we open new avenues for groundbreaking research and transformative educations. With this thought, allow me to highlight the new trends that are reshaping the global academic and research landscape that we are talking about. The pandemic has accelerated the adoption of technology in education. Tools like artificial intelligence, virtual reality, and data analytics are redefining how we teach and learn, enabling more personalized and inclusive educational experiences. And that's why integration of technology in education is the most important or the key trend, I must say, that I could analyze in this today's trend. Scholars today are increasingly working on projects that combine insights from multiple fields. For instance, digital humanities are transforming how we preserve and interpret cultural heritage, while biotechnologists and ethicists collaborate to navigate the ethical implications of genetic engineering. And that's why interdisciplinary research is really mandatory nowadays. Research and education are no longer confined by geography, as we are quite aware about that. Digital platforms have made it possible for scholars and different parts of the world to collaborate in real time, sharing resources and expertise to address global challenges. And that's how we are available here from the different parts of the world and together online connected. And that's why global collaboration in academic is also important trend in the recent time. Whether in sciences, humanities, or social sciences, there is a growing emphasis on sustainability and equity, as Principal Ma'am also said it. Education systems are reorienting themselves to address these sustainable development goals, and therefore we prepare our students to be responsible global citizens, right? And that's why I think as we educators and the researcher, we hold the responsibility of guiding the next generations towards the critical thinking, ethical decision making, and lifelong learning. It is imperative that we adapt our methodologies to meet the needs of an ever-changing world, fostering creativity, resilience, and sense of purpose in our studies, right? If we see the contribution of different countries, I do find that India, with its rich intellectual tradition and growing technological progress, is uniquely positioned in the lead in a new era of interdisciplinary collaborations. Events like this conference, it underscores the country's commitment towards the knowledge creation and dissemination of it at a global scale. And that's why I must say that the efforts are taken by all these organizations and the colleges. In conclusion, I applaud the efforts of M.D.S.D College and the International Council for Education, Research and Training for organizing this conference. Such gatherings serve as a vital platform for exchanging ideas, fostering partnerships, and inspiring innovations. And that's why I think that this is the perfect opportunity that we should utilize it to challenge conventional thinking, embrace diverse perspectives, and paving the way for a future where education and research are truly transformative. Together, we can shape a world that is not only technologically advanced, but also human, equitable, and sustainable. And with this, I thank you all for giving me this privilege for addressing this distinguished gathering. I look forward to engaging with all of you throughout the day today to the enriching discussions that lie ahead. With this, I thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Monica ma'am. It is a great pleasure for me to introduce our keynote speaker, Dr. Anand Kumar, Head and Associate Professor, Department of Physics, IIHS Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra. Sir is an acclaimed academician, research stalwart, who has won accolades not only in the academic field, but has made his mark in social welfare as well. Sir has 22 years of teaching experience and 21 research publications in reputed journals. His thorough research in the field and several years of experience has contributed vastly in the realm of physics. Presently, Dr. Anand is serving as NSS Program Coordinator in Kurukshetra University. His zeal to bring about change is an inspiration to every young student and researcher to work in a way that brings us closer to the idea of selfless service. His services were acknowledged at different forums from time to time. Sir has been the Governor nominee for Member Board MDU, Academic Planning Board MDU and KUK. Moreover, Dr. Kumar is the member and office bearer of various social organizations like Vigyan Bharati Haryana, ABVP, IAPT, to name a few. Sir, your outstanding educational, research, and community achievements are too many to recount. Sir, it is our honor to have you among us as our keynote speaker. And now I invite you for your session, sir. Over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you so much for this fantastic introduction here. And I'm incredibly excited to be here. Today, I would like to congratulate the organizer and for organizing such international conference on a very interesting topic here. For organizing this conference here. Now, I've also respected our esteemed chief guest, Dr. Manisa, Dr. Ravi Bhushanji, and Professor Aruna Anchalji, and respected Principal Ma'am, Ms. Karamjit Kaurji, and respected participant, a very good morning to all of you. And today, topic of my talk is the impact of science and technology on society here. Okay, I think let us be, you are well known about what is the science here, as you know that science is the understanding of nature here. And basically understanding begins with the observation. Let us see, take that there are so many examples in our history and that we can form, like we can say it's a simple and very interesting example of the falling of the people here. And also we can explain the behavior of the animals or humans here and the genetic variation in the plants here. The observation basically provides the input to our brains and which drive the models and drive the principles, or we can say the nature here, law of nature here. And so we can say the science is the product of the natural phenomena and the human brain. As we can say that there's some story behind some discovery and invention here that we told about that falling of paper here, due to which gives the famous law, that is the law of the gravitational law here. And other discovery also we can say that that is discovery of the X-ray and the discovery of penicillin and invention of the microwave oven and also invention of the Moser light here. There are so many inventions that basically they have the interesting story behind these invention here. And we can say that the science that grew out of the curiosity, and then technology is a outgrowth growth of the creativity here. And then we can say about this so many things which can be make force us to invent something new here. And then technology, we can say that basically if we say that technology is an application of the scientific knowledge, and sometimes we can say that this is applied science here, but as we think that here the purpose of technology is only to improve the quality of life, increase the happiness, and we can improve the health and welfare. So hence we can say that the technology is a sole technology's sole purpose is the progress here. Although we can say that temporarily it may seem to be doing just the opposite here. Examples of war, pollution, stress, that is also created, generated by the technology. But if we consider in the long run here, our even these things leads to progress here. And we can say that we can take the example of Second World War that introduced the nuclear technology here. And nowadays you can say that how the nuclear technology are used to generate the energy purpose and the other you can say invention here. Like if you go to the historical concept of the science, technology, and society, if we think about that, we can say that the change is the called the law of nature here, and also we can say that necessity is the mother of invention here. So during the process, then we go there, then we can change something in the society with the influence of the science and technology here. Also, some inventions are created as the requirement of the society, or we can say that as the necessity of the society here. That also creates some invention and discovery there. Then society revolution, if you consider into case of 16th to 18th century here. So there are so many scientific theory or discoveries that challenge the traditional belief here and lead to new paradigms of thoughts here, which in turn affect the societal structure and the norms here. And you can say that in case of to take the example, we can learn from that here that early it was believed that there is a theory of a geocentric, that is a heliocentric model here, and that is the whether we can say the heliocentric model replacing the geocentric model here. Early we can geocentric model exist here, then we replace with the heliocentric model here. In the similarly we can say the Darwin's theory of evolution that replacing the creationist views here. Earlier we think of the creation is only done by the God here, but Darwin theory evolution is displacing that theory here. And then Einstein's relative appending the classical mechanics and the science continuously force on the humanity to rethink fundamental truths here. And this paradigms shift to illustrate the dynamic and evolving nature of knowledge here. As the new discoveries and the technology emerge and they reshape the way we think about the world, pushing us to adapt our belief and expand our understanding in ways that were once unbelievable here. The progress of the science often comes at the cost of the challenging established norms, but it is through these challenges that humanity reaches deeper insight into the universe and we can say our own existence here. Also, early technology that were influenced our society living here. Early technology for in case of we can say 16th and 18th century, that we can say printing press, telegraph, steam engine and telephone, they have the profound influence on the spreading of the knowledge and the transformation of the social order here. By enabling the mass production and rapid transmission of the information, these technologies made knowledge more accessible to broader segments of the population, breaking of the monopolies of the elite classes over information. They also foster new forms of social and political economic organization. Often we can say that challenging traditional powers, structure, and the contributing to the formation of the more complex interconnecting societies here. And if thereafter we can go to the industrial revolution, that is we can say that 18th and 19th century here. The social consequences of the industrialization, urbanization, class divisions, labor movements, and technological advancement here. We can say that social consequences of the industrialization were profound and multi-dimensional. One is the urbanization lead to the growth of cities, but it also brought about the overcrowded, unsanitary conditions that created new social challenges here. Class division here become more pronounced as the industrial elite accumulated wealth here, while the working class faced harness conditions. And the rise of the labor movement in the response to these injustice helped secure workers' right and inspired social reforms here, contributing to the development of modern welfare state. Finally, we can say that technology advancement revolutionized the production, transportation, and we can say the communication, reshaping economics and daily life here, but also creating the new, we can say that, and the new, but also new forms of the social alienation here. And in this, we can see the industrialization fundamentally altered the fabric of society here, bringing both progress and the profound challenges here, while it laid the foundation of the modern economics and the technological advancement here. It also created the social tensions and equality that required new forms of political and the social responses here. The legacy of the industrialization continues to influence the contemporary social structures and issues here. Now, questions also rise here that how the technology or progress raised new societal dynamics here. Either maybe it may be positive and or either it may be negative here. So, if you consider, we can say that these aspect here, the technology progress has definitely nurtured new societal dynamics here, that reshaping the world in both the positive and negative ways, we can say that. And it has led to significant improvement in the standards of the living, economic growth, and global connections here. And on the other hand, it has created challenges such as economic displacement here and social inequality here, and hence concern over the privacy and the mental health and environmental sustainability here. So as the technology continue to advance, the key with will be to the harness its potential for good while the addressing its negative consequences. This requires a balance of innovation with the thoughtful regulation. That is social responsibility and ethical consideration to ensure that the technological progress benefits all the society while minimizing this harms here. And in this case, we come to the late, that is the 20th century, and we can present scenario. What we see that here, that we can say that it is this is the digital revolution here. And we can say that the advent of the computers The internet and the mobile technology has brought about the significant change in the social practices here. That is transforming the communication, work, education, entertainment, civic engagement, and even we can say that ethical consideration. These technology have created new opportunities for the connections, learning, and the social change. But they have also introduced the challenges and including the concerns about the privacy, inequality, and mental health, as we said earlier here. As the society continue to adapt these innovations, it will be crucial to find the balance between the accepting the positive aspects of technology while addressing its potential negative consequences here. That is, we can say that how the negative impact is also we observe that here as compared to the positive impact here. We can say that that is a positive, is a good effect here, but also we have to care about the think about the negative aspects of this technology here on the social changes here. Now, what is the current, what we observe the current trend in the technology and the social change? As with that our due to the nanotechnology and how we can get the very smallest equipment here, how we can get a robotic the surgery, we can say that that is where we can get the nano equipment we can obtain, or that also in front of our social impact and we get the new dimension of the society there. That our artificial intelligence and automation, now we can say that artificial intelligence and automation, that we can sort from we can the AI here, that is also transforming the industries and by driving the efficiency, that also predict and productivity and innovation here, by also changing the nature of the work and the business operation here. Now from manufacturing to the healthcare and the retail and beyond, we can say this technology and optimize the process, enhancing customers' experience and creating new opportunity. How the if you adopt the rapid, we can say rapid adoption of the AI technology and automation also present the challenges here, including the need of the workforce adaptation, ethical consideration, and potential for the job displacement here. This is very careful consideration here. As industries continue to evolve with these technology, it will be essentially to strike a balance between the technology advancement and social responsibility. Now, biotechnology and genetic engineering also that is influencing our societally changes here. And due to the biotechnology and genetic engineering, we can say that societal debates surrounding genetic modification, bioethics, and human enhancements here are the complex and multi-phase, we can say the dimension here. While these technologies hold with the potential to improve these here lives by eradicating the disease here, enhancing the human abilities, and solving the global food shortages here, they also raise the difficult ethical and social and philosophical question here. In this case, as this technology continue to develop here, it will be crucial to balance the scientific progress with the ethical responsibility and ensuring that the social equality, human dignity, and the individual autonomy here are the that should be preserved here. This debate will likely to intensify the technology advance, but also offer any opportunity to shape the future of the humanity in a way that reflects our collective values and a shared goal. We can say that shared goals here. Now here, social media, in a daily life, you can observe that social media and internet here. The internet and social media have the undeniably transformed social behavior in profound ways here. While these technologies have opened up new possibility for the communication, connection, and social activism here, they have also brought about the challenges that is related to, again, we can say mental health also. We can create the problem from this point of view here, and privacy and a superficial interaction here. As this technology continue to evolve, it will be crucial for the society to address the negative consequences while maximize the positive aspect of this digital age here. Now, the ongoing dialogue around the ethical use and regulation of these platforms will determine their future impact on human behavior. Now, if you go to the future aspect of the science technology society here, the future of the science and technology and societal change are vast and we can say intertwined here, and with the potential to significantly improve the quality of life, address global challenges, and create a new opportunity. However, these changes will also bring about new ethical dilemmas and social inequalities and adjustment to cultural norms here. Hence, we can say that by navigate these shifts here, by fostering the inclusive innovation here, embracing the lifelong learning here, ensuring the equitable access to the technology, and addressing the ethical concerns here, that will determine whether the future is one of the widespread benefit or division. The pace of change will continue to accelerate, demanding flexibility, resilience, and forward the thinking strategies here for whether from government or industry or individual alike. When we can say envision future of society shaped by the technology, we can imagine both the positive and negative possibility here. Technology has the power to drive the progress, but also it carries a risk and could affect the society to profound ways here. Because we can say that if you take the positive vision, that is a utopia future shaped by the technology here. In this future, we can say technology advances are connected for the collective good here, improving the quality of the life, social equity here, and environment sustainability. Enhance the quality of life, you can say that a healthcare revolution that is with the advancement in AI, that is genetic engineering, biotechnology, we could see the significant progress in curing the disease, extending lifespan and personality here, and treatment here. Diseases that are currently untreated may be eradicated, and we can say the precision medicines will be tailored to individual based on their genetic makeup here. And that accessibility and inclusivity here. Technology will bridge the gap of people with disabilities, that is offering AI driving assist devices here, smart prosthetics here, and augmented reality systems to enhance their daily lives here. Universal access to this to the internet could provide the educational opportunity, breaking down barriers for the understanding communities here. In the same pattern, we can say that here environmental that will be the environment sustainability here, that we can getting the renewable energy here, that also we're changing the lifestyles of the society here, that we can say widespread out of solar, wind, and nuclear fusion technology that could be worldwide powered by clean and renewable energy here, that drastically reducing our carbon footprint here. And with the smart grid, energy could be distributed efficiently and minimize the waste here. And that we call change our living style here. And climate change mitigation hai, that is we can say the carbon capture technology hai, that we geoengineering and sustainable agriculture practices could help address the effect of climate change here. These technology pair the good cooperation might reverse the environment damage and restore the ecosystem here. And the same pattern we can set social harmony and the global cooperation here. That due to the digital connectivity, the internet and the social forefront will facilitate the global communications, breaking down cultural, racial, and political barriers here. The ability to share the knowledge and collaborate across the borders could foster global peace and collective problem solving here. Education for all, we can see that with the help of the digital platform here, and we can easily access the digital education platform. We can, like we said, that we are organizing such an online that is a conference here. That is also, we can say that we can learn from the over world here. We can easily access the all the technology process here. We can learn higher education from one place to another place easily here. That way, but there's some negative aspect. We can say the dystopian future shaped by the technology here, and that will we can say that increase the social inequality And because we can say that economic displacement will happen here, this widespread automation of the job could that leave the millions of the workers unemployed here, and especially in the sector leaving manufacturing, retail, and transportation that way. And this might lead to the widening wealth gap here, and where only the wealthy benefit from the advanced technology, and while the rest of the population struggles here. And the digital divide here also, we can say that access to high tech devices, high speed internet, and that we can think about the 5G, and then the high speed digital education may remain out of reach of the marginalized community, deepening the digital divide here, leaving the large section of the society further behind the race of the economic opportunity here. But there also we can easily assess this digital process here, and the surveillance and the loss of the privacy here. Also, your mass surveillance here with the proliferation of the AI-powered surveillance system, which in the recognition and the social credit score, that we can say personal privacy could be greatly compromised here. Governments and the corporation might track individual and every move, decision, interaction, and eroding the freedoms here. Then erosion of the autonomy here. So AI could be used to manipulate the opinions and behavior on the mass scale, and then from targeted advertising to the political manipulation, algorithm that govern the social media platform, that could be further polarized societies here, and feeding user only content that aligns with their views and amplified society division. Also that we discussed earlier, that environment degradation here, and we can say again overconsumption of the resources as a technology enable greater production or consumption. The pressure on the natural resources might increase here. The rise of the e-waste, pollution, and over extraction of resources, that could also lead to irreversible ecological damage here. That also create the adverse impact on our societies. And the AI and climate control, we can say that in effort to manage the environment, the large geoengineering project could be required here, that we create the negative consequences here. Manipulating the climate using the AI to address issues like global warming might lead to the ecological instability and unforeseen disasters here. Loss of that we can say that create the huge negative effect on the environment also, and that is a loss of human connection here. There's, as we say that now how we are going on here, that is a social isolation that is increasing here. While the digital tools connected people across the globe here, they might also lead to the decline of face-to-face interaction here, increase the social isolation, and the people will feel that disconnected from their immediate communities here. That they're relying on the only relationship and that are often shallow or the superficial. And that will, if we can say that social isolation increase, that will be, it will increase the mental health crisis here. So because as a context of for the social media and cyberbullying, and that will the pressure to the conform to idolize the images here, online can exacerbate the mental health problems here, especially among the younger generation. The overwhelming the presence of the digital technology could lead to a digital addiction here. Just nowadays we can say the drug addiction. So then in future there will be coming the digital addiction, that we have to try for the open the source to that how we can get the free from the digital addiction here. So where individually lose such type of touch and reality, the struggle to form the authentic personality relationships here. Now also we can say that this create the problem for us, and how we can overcome this. Basically, we come from the balancing, optimize, and cautions here. Because if you will do the some balancing between these all the things, then we can say that that is good for here. Because if you balancing opportunities, that the ethical frameworks, then we create the education adaptability here, then global collaborations here, then we can get the both in a positive and negative scenario of ethical consideration, regulation, conscious decision that will be crucial for us here. That will be a balancing optimisms and caution. We have to care for that here. And the future of the that we can say the evolution in the technology improve the world here. The future of human evolution, that will technology grow, that hold the immense promise, but also profound the changes here, where the humanity choose to hold these advancement here or proceed with the questions here. Technology will undoubtedly play a vital role in shaping the next phase of the human development. And the integration of technology into our biologic and cognitive frameworks that may lead to new forms of the intelligence here. That we get physical ability and durability and potential transformation. That it means to be human here. However, these advancements must be the careful navigate with the ethical foresight here, ensuring that the benefit of technology involved are the shared equitable, that humanity retain the control over the technology here. And basically, if you say that in the 19th, we can the century there, sorry, 90 के दशक में अगर बात करते हैं तो that is the we think about this is a global village here. But now if you check that this is a global room here, because in a room we can we are only constrained to the room of, we can say 10 by 10 room here, and then we can constrain all the facilities, all the learning, and we can we can access all the things in a single room here. And nowadays but we see that the marriage process that is also that is carried on that is an online process here, and in one single room that we arrange all the things here, and our relatives they are joined on the Zoom here, and then marriage will be completed here. So that you think about how we can the society is going towards here. That is how the technology impact on our society. So that we can society is immense and complex here. So while for the unprecedented opportunity for progress in the healthcare, communication, so present the significant changes here, including the environment degradation, social inequality, and ethical dilemmas here. The future will be require the careful navigation, ensuring that the technology advancements are used responsible and equitable and maximize their benefit while minimize the potential harms here. So hence we can say that science and technology are harmful tools that shape not only how we live, but also who we are as a society. Then our responsibility lies in the harnessing these tools for the betterment of humanity here, while being mindful of their long-term conscience of both people and the planet here. Since we think about that society, we think how we can choose, how we can consider technology and science and technology for our betterment here, and how we can balance all the things here, and how our society is going there. We have to think about there. Now I thank you to organizer to give an opportunity to interact with all of you here. Thank you to all of you.
Thank you so much, sir, for such an elucidative session. Your insights were truly enlightening and engaging, and we are looking for the future collaborations as well. Now I invite Dr. Monica Dillon for the formal introduction of our next speaker.
Next keynote speaker, Dr. Ravi Bhushan, who is working as an associate professor of English in Bhagat Singh Mahila Vishwavidyalaya Kanpur Kala, Sonipat, Haryana. He is holding additional charge of the Department of Foreign Languages, Center for Indic-Asian Studies, Language Laboratory and Public Relations Office of the university. He also acquired his master's degree in English from the University of Madras and PhD in English from Chhatrapati Shahuji Maharaj Kanpur University. He has also acquired postgraduate certificate course in teaching of English from the English and Foreign Languages University, Hyderabad, India. Dr. Bhushan has presented 52 research papers at national and international conferences and has published 40 papers and edited 6 books. He has completed the UGC-sponsored major research project on status of ELT at primary, secondary, and tertiary level in his home state of Haryana. His areas of interest are oral literature, English language teaching, cognitive semantics, and communication theories. He is a lifetime member of EFSLE, an international organization working in the field of eco-criticism, and also one of its ECMs for Haryana region. I welcome you, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Esteemed audience, a very good afternoon to each one of you. Indeed, it's a great pleasure for me to be part of this August gathering where scholars, teachers, and lovers of humanities, social sciences, and sciences, they have gathered, they have come on one platform to share their thoughts on various aspects of, if I could call it, various aspects of technology and human life per se. Since people have been talking about role of technology in life ad nauseum, and there are both merits and demerits of technology in life. I think that goes for without saying that technology has a role to play in our lives, right? But having said it, I'm not here to support or defend or to be against technology as such, but I'm here to share my thoughts that because of this unimaginable intervention of technology in human life, somewhere medium has come to be the hero of today's life. I'm saying medium as the hero of today's life with a question mark. Should medium be the hero or meaning be the hero of human life? So when I say that because of this this unimaginable intervention of technology, somewhere meaning, the essence of life or the meaning has taken a backseat, and medium has become the medium has been foregrounded. Being a student of language, I'm reminded of that simple definition of language. When you ask students what is language or what is the role of language, people generally would say that it is a medium of communication. Now that's a very, very rudimentary, that's a very limited understanding of language. Language, of course, is a medium of communication, but I think language constructs the world. Bhartrhari, long back in 5th century, said, word constructs the world. I think language constructs the world. It's not only a medium to negotiate with the world, right? So I take that kind of a stance when I talk about this binary of medium and meaning. When I'm using this word medium, I'm referring to virtuality, I'm referring to individualism, I'm referring to self-centeredness. These are the three verticals of this concept of medium, which is being propagated because of extraordinary intervention of technology in human life. When I say that meaning, I'm referring to those basic traits of human life. What is being to be a human being, in fact? In fact, that reminds me when Martin Heidegger in his book Time and Being, when he defines being, what is this notion of being? I think I'm referring to meaning in that context, those basic traits of human life. I'm also reminded of Tamil word aram. Now, aram in Tamil, or if I'm correct in Sangam literature, because it is in the context of Sangam literature, aram refers to honesty, refers to patience, refers to lofty thoughts. It refers to penance, humility, impartiality. It refers to desire to do good to others. And ultimately, it refers to the importance of worth. Right? It's a Hindi word. Though my foreign friends, they may not have an idea what worth is, but I think so. This aram. Also, when I was listening to those beautiful lines sung by Ms. Ujjwala during Saraswati Vandana, when she was invoking all those good qualities, including Gyan from Ma Saraswati, I think there lies the essence of being a human being. The technology is nothing more than an aid to live life, that's all. And please remember, see, we use the word technology in a very generic sense. Do you say that there has not been technology earlier? I think if I'm correct, one of the philosophers said, the best technology ever created by human being is language. Language is the best technology. It's the best example of technology. Look at traditional life. Do you say those people, our forefathers, they were without technology? They were with technology, but they had their own way of technology, right? Do you say that the agrarian life was without technology? I think when we use the word technology in the modern context, we are using digital technology, or maybe technology which is web enabled, technology which is net enabled, internet enabled, right? So digital technology is okay. But when I say that technology ad nauseum, I think I'm disrespecting technology invented and used by our forefathers thousands of years back, right? So I think let's make a very clear distinction when we use technology, and let us be specific to those things as such, right? Now, the realities of today's times or today's life are, like I mean, so we all call them dystopian realities, but I'm reminded of Noam Chomsky. Noam Chomsky, that American public intellectual, in 2015 somewhere in Argentina, in an international forum of emancipation and equality, Noam Chomsky says, I'm quoting Noam Chomsky, right? Technology controlling our life in the guise of making it easier. Technology is like in the guise of making our life easier. I think it is controlling our life. Dystopian reality of digital surveillance. And lastly, things convenient are often invasive. Things which appear to be easy or convenient, they invade our lives. This is what Noam Chomsky said long back in 2015 in a conference in Argentina. So I think he is very much correct, very much right when he says it. We are in times of data-fied society. Today's society, I think, has become data-fied. I'm using a word said by somebody. I'm sorry, I'm not able to recollect who invented this word, but I'm giving credit to that person. Data-fied society, right? Means data-driven life. Everything is defined in terms of data. Everything is defined in terms of data. Everybody is after data collection. Data has become a commercial venture, right? And realities of today's times are that there is a flood of information. We are information tsunami, in fact. Let me put it that way. Post-truth. We all know this notion of post-truth. Somewhere in 2016 or 17, the word came into vogue. And post-truth means things are decided by emotional argument rather than objective truth or objective reality, right? I think quantity has overtaken quality in every sense of the term, right? There is a complete disconnect between perceived reality and the actual world. There is a disconnect between perceived reality, and this digital technology, I think, is adding to the disconnect, or I think it's helping this disconnect to broaden, or it's taking it to next level. And this leads to what? I'm using a concept of cognitive gap here. This has created a cognitive gap. And this cognitive gap is because of this intellectual autonomy is at stake. Intellectual autonomy, right? So because of this cognitive gap. Also, I'm quoting something from World Economic Forum. World Economic Forum, it has said in one of its meetings that the foremost skill required in our students or in our potential employees is the skill of cognitive thinking or critical thinking, right? So I think it's other than communicative competence, other than collaborative skills, other than your creativity, I think critical thinking has come to be one of the foremost skills required to be there in our students. Being a student of ELT at some point of time, we used to learn those skills of how to teach those skills of English language to our students, all those 4 skills, including Lexis, right? But somewhere, I think we missed on the point that how to inculcate contrastive thinking, how to inculcate this skill of critical thinking or contrastive thinking. I think that's really very, very important as far as skilling our students are concerned. That's why industry says most of the students are unemployable as such. Besides, they are not communicatively competent, but I think more than that, they lack this contrastive thinking. And that contrastive thinking is not through this social media or not through this web-enabled technology. Contrastive thinking can only and only be inculcated through original reading, original reflection. In Indic view, we call it Manan, Chintan, and Adhyan. Other than Manan, Chintan, and Adhyan, this contrastive thinking is not possible as such. Right. Now, when I say that these are the realities of today's times, and since I began with what is being a human being, I think 17th century German philosopher Samuel Pufendorf, he says that we human beings are governed by 3 cardinal duties. These 3 cardinal duties are to God, to oneself, and to others. And I think this takes me back to our ancient Indic philosophy, which also I think Pufendorf echoes what Indic philosophy refers to self, to God, and to ourselves. I think with these 3 kinds of cardinal duties, human beings are bound to be interdependent. There is a great craze to be independent. There is a great craze to be independent in every sense of the term. In our literary parlance, in our literary criticism classes, people nowadays come up with a lot of things on identity. I think let us revisit this notion of identity, and please remember, human beings are bound to be interdependent. Interdependence is the essence of human life, right? So, and because look at human experience, look at the entire corpus of human experience. Either it is cognitive, or it is physical, or it is linguistic. These are the only 3 categories of human experience. We are exposed most of the time to physical experience, right? Where object becomes the target, but cognitive experience and linguistic experience, I think more than that, more than everything else, this cognitive experience, I think, means the experience at the level of an idea, generation of an idea, coming up with a new idea, kind of. I think that's it. That is what is required to be inculcated. Do you do it through technology? Do it without technology? But at the end of the day, I think it needs a lot of as Aurobindo says, intuitive intellect. Aurobindo says in one of his discourses, I think in his critical book, Future Poetry, he talks of intuitive intellect. I think that is what is required to inculcate this cognitive experience. We all know that human society has evolved, and there are only 3 phases of this evolution. Agrarian phase, where family and community were at the center. Then came industrial phase, where mechanical aspect of like man became machine. And the 3rd phase, which is the current phase, microchip phase, where humanoids are the realities. But agrarian, industrial, and microchip. I'm not saying that let us go back to agrarian phase, but can we really keep those values of agrarian phase, where family and community were at the center, collaboration and interdependence were at the center? Can we really keep those things? And we are trying to do those things through digital technology. But see, I'm not averse to using digital technology. My speech may sound that I'm a staunch hater of technology. No, not that way. But I think you would agree with me that warmth of human proximity and human nature interface, can you substitute these two things with anything? Warmth of human proximity. Suppose these 130 scholars in this meeting, if we would have been at one platform, or maybe in an offline mode somewhere, I think that the kind of warmth, the kind of interface which get exchanged, I think is unparalleled. And second, interface between nature and human. I think let's go back and read Thoreau, where through his Walden project, I think he propounds the philosophy of minimalism, and that beautiful example of human nature interface, I think that needs to be revived. We have become a computing society rather than a contemplating society. Please make a distinction between this computing society and this contemplating society. And because of this computing society, because of this data-fied society, because of this data-driven society, medium has become the hero. I am challenging medium becoming the hero here, right? Rather than meaning becoming the hero, or meaning remaining the hero, because meaning has always been the hero of human life. Medium has never been the hero of human life. This digital urge, I think, let me quote Canadian philosopher Ian Hacking. And Ian Hacking says that politics in the 18th century was about controlling body. Politics in the 19th century was about control of populations. And in the 20th and the 21st century, it is about controlling memory. It's a very dangerous, subtle strategy of this digital technology, or these propounders of digital technology, to control human memory. Please revisit your being with capital B. The only quality which distinguishes a human being from a non-human being or non-human species, it is the capacity to think and capacity to memory. I think these are the two things which a human being possesses. And if thinking and memory, they're also externalized, if they're also taken away from us, what are we left with? I'm trying to draw a distinction between natural intelligence and artificial intelligence, which is a buzzword now. Everybody has gone crazy for AI, and forgetting natural intelligence as such. Right. I think this digital urge can ever substitute human urge. And what is human urge? To have or to imagine or to exchange two things, vichar and bhav. Vichar is our idea and bhav our feelings. So this vichar, this binary of vichar and bhav, I think makes us human beings, and we love to be with each other. I'm advocating for a society which is a thinking society, because the two things which are really important here, two cardinal concepts of human society: progress and truth, right? So please, progress and truth, if you look at these two concepts, and if you try to define progress and truth in your context or in the context of this digital technology, I think they're being redefined. We all in our classes do talk about progress in terms of physical experience. But where is the progress in terms of cognitive experience, or progress in terms of vichar and bhav, right? And truth, I have something to say on this notion of truth, because truth has always been, truth in Indic view, we have two verticals on truth, Sat and Rit. Sat is the factual truth, right? And Rit is the value truth. So what kind of truth I'm propounding, it depends on our actions. Sat and Rit. And truth is being understood as a singular concept, whereas truth has always been a plural entity, a plural concept. Truth, it is never a singular concept. It is never in terms of an object or a factual truth. We, as humans, we are supposed to have this value truth, as I referred to Tamil word aram in the beginning. I'm talking of this kind of a truth. So a thinking society can only propound, can only think of having a rit or a value truth rather than sat or a factual truth. I think, again, I'm quoting South Korean cultural theorist Chul Han. And the South Korean cultural theorist Chul Han says that medium of thinking is quiet. Medium of thinking, where I'm laying a lot of emphasis on, it is quiet. But this digital communication or this medium becoming the hero has destroyed this quiet and calm of human mind. Don't try to understand this, means don't take the words on the face value. This digital communication has disturbed the quiet. And for thinking, for value-added thinking, we need quiet, right? Somewhere. So this has led to existential crisis of a very unique, a different kind, right? We like, again, Martin Heidegger, when he talks of time and being and defines being in the context of time. So somewhere, somewhere I read that Eleanor Roosevelt, who was the wife of American President Franklin D. Roosevelt, this Eleanor Roosevelt once, she said that great minds talk of ideas, average mind of events, and weak minds talk of people. Look at the social media. Is it talking about people or talking about events or talking about ideas? See, I think that means, but just go for an analysis and try to understand the entire ecosystem, that great minds of ideas. Like in informal discussions with my friends, I do ask, we keep reading those big names of English literature every now and then. What has happened that in the last 50 years, we have nobody to refer to? We keep repeating those big names, those stalwarts again and again and again. That's all, right? Where has thinking gone? Where has a real creativity gone as such? Because great minds will always talk about ideas, concepts. And weak minds, sorry, average mind will talk of events maybe of physical experience, and weak minds will always talk of people. So I think this, if social media being the best example or best instrument of digital technology, then I think it's only the people who are discussed, people who are criticized, means people have become in the center, not the ideas per se. Right. So, and in the lighter vein, I'm quoting Descartes, who is a famous 16th century mathematician. Descartes, I think he said, I think, therefore I am. Descartes said in 16th century, I think, therefore I am. But today's punchline would be, I click, therefore I exist. Right. So I'm just drawing a parallel between Descartes and today's times. Right. So let's let me also bring in some kind of linguistic perspective here. Since Edward Sapir and Benjamin Wolfe, they gave an hypothesis, or they gave something on this relation between language and thought. Right. This debate continues, language and thought, which precedes which. I think it's an inconclusive idea. But people have said that language and thought, they vibrate into each other. You can't say that which precedes which. So Benjamin Wolfe and Edward Sapir, through their theory of linguistic determinism, they say that structure and content of a language determine the way in which reality is being perceived by the listeners. Structure and content of language determines the reality. This has also been said by Austrian linguist Ludwig Wittgenstein. Wittgenstein also said something of similar kind. That means we structure our language or our discourse in such a way that the reality which we wish to convey is being conveyed or being projected. So again, that intended meaning and the conveyed meaning kind of thing goes on here. So also, I think Sartre, we all, those students of literature, or like we all, means we all know Sartre. He was a French philosopher, and he wrote a beautiful book. The name of the book is Being and Nothingness, an essay on phenomenological ontology. I'll repeat the name of the book, Being and Nothingness, an essay on phenomenological ontology, 1969. In this book, Sartre talks of a concept known as bad faith. Bad faith. Now, what is bad faith? Our natural capacity to deceive ourselves. Our natural capacity to deceive ourselves, tendency to believe we are not who we really are, right? So that's what bad faith. And this bad faith, Sartre said it long back, but in today's context of this digital discourse, or in the context of this digital ecosystem, or the kind of discourse which is being propagated or being created, I think this notion of bad faith, where we deceive ourselves, right, I think is on the rise, right, which is not a basic feature of human being as such, right? I'll skip something here, but I would like to say something on human mind, because we're talking of cognitive experience more here, and I'm trying to say that digital ecosystem somewhere prevents cognitive experience to be in its fullest sense. Again, I'll go back to Indian philosophy of thinking. It says that intellect. The word in Indic philosophy would be pragya. My Indian friends may understand this word, pragya. Now, what is intellect? How do you inculcate intellect? How do you create intellect? See, intellect is not to be skillful. Skill is something else. But knowledge, or you can say intellect, or as Aurobindo said, intuitive intellect. Now, pragya is because of three things. One is smriti. Smriti is your memory, your original memory, your creative memory, right? Vimarsh. Vimarsh is discussion, debate, as we all are discussing an idea here. And prayog. Prayog is the praxis or the experiment. So this smriti, vimarsh, and prayog, memory, discussion, and experiment. These are the three instruments of creating intellect, right? So either through digital technology or without digital technology, I hardly mind, but can we really use these three instruments of creating intellect? Smriti, Vimarsh, and Prayog. Because the trajectory of knowledge creation has always been manasth, kanthasth, granthasth. Manasth is think, reflection, right? Kanthasth, memorize. I'm not talking of rote learning, memorize. Then granthasth is to document, right? So this manasth, kanthasth, and granthasth. I'm only quoting Professor Avdesh Kumar Singh ji, who is no more, unfortunately, but in one of the conferences I heard him saying manasth, kanthasth, and granthasth as the trajectory of knowledge creation. I think we don't need any kind of technology or digital technology to, we need only reading and reflection, right? So a few voices from the field of digital technology. It is important to quote those few voices. I'm quoting a famous international publishing house, Wiley India, and Vikas Gupta of Wiley India said, with digitalized access of material and unlimited access to it, more time is spent on searching rather than learning. This is what Wiley India representative says. More time is spent on searching rather than learning. Absence of contextual layering. Please mark my words, or this is what Gupta says, contextual layering. Because means while searching, we don't contextualize in terms of layers, right? And our access to everything, in fact, is access to nothing. Very paradoxical. Because there is no contextual layering, and because there is an urge to just search, so access to everything, as I said in the beginning, information flood. We have immense access to information, but ultimately, how much of that information is relevant and how much is of some worth? I think in that context, it says access to everything ultimately turns into access to nothing, right? And also, I'm quoting K.A. Soman, who is a member of Kerala Lalit Kala Academy. Kerala Lalit Kala Academy, K.A. Soman, I'm quoting her, says, technology has provided the advantage of speed and precision to artists, but art has been sought to be manipulated in this way. Computer-assisted art is a separate class distinct from the fine art, which is original. Also, I'm quoting Geeta Narayanan, who is director of Shrishti Institute of Art, Design and Technology, based in Bengaluru. She says, there is a need for greater understanding of neuroscience, because when you are competing with artificial intelligence and automation, you need to know what is specifically human about us. You need to understand human consciousness. You need to understand human psychology, behavior, and all other emotions. Impact of technology on the physiology of the brain. This is what Geeta Narayanan says, right? Also, I'm just leaving names of 3 books for you. If you happen to find some time, do read these 3 books. I think would add something to what I have said. Nonsense, The Power of Not Knowing. It's by Jamie Holmes. Nonsense, The Power of Not Knowing by Jamie Holmes. Reclaiming Conversation, The Power of Talk in a Digital Age. Reclaiming Conversation, The Power of Talk in a Digital Age by Sherry Turkle. And The History of Kiss, The Birth of Popular Culture by Marshall Dennessy. Right. These are the 3 books. I think I took a lot of material out of these to prepare for this kind of a discourse, and this has helped me a lot. Right. It's important to quote also, because this digital technology basically is web-based, basically internet-based. I'm quoting Professor Tim Berners, who is the inventor of World Wide Web. The inventor of World Wide Web in 1989, Berners says, internet can be ridiculously revealing. Internet can be ridiculously revealing and compromises individual privacy. Right? This is what he said. This was published in The Hindu in 2017. Then also, technology has turned human beings into multitasker. Nowadays, I keep hearing about multitasking. It's a word basically from corporate world, I think. I'm not a man of corporate, but people do say that corporate, they need multitaskers. And also in nowadays, maybe newer forms of educational technology and newer forms of educational policies, people do talk about multitasking. And even administrators like multitaskers because they want their job to be done, right? But I'm, with all respect, I'm opposing this notion of multitasking. I'm going for unitasking, because computing induces split attention and multitasking, whereas contemplation demands attention and unitasking. Real thinking, real critical thinking, or it needs unitasking. Please go and visit, or let us remind ourselves of those great scholars, maybe from ancient times. They have been unitaskers. Adhyan ke liye, you need that great attention. Then only you can go to the depth. Being a multitasker, that means you're bothering for the width, not for the depth. But here the question is of the depth, not of the width, right? So unit asking, to me at least, I think is the best way to understand the essence of being a human, right? Since I know that there is no time, but let me just come to the concluding phase of my, this small lecture. Also, let me quote CEO of Apple, Tim Cook. Maybe he's no more CEO of Apple, but Tim Cook said at one point of time, he does not want his nephew to use social media and wants the schools to ban use of technology in schools, right? I don't know in what context this Apple CEO said it, but don't take these words on face value, but somewhere he's also trying to draw, this tradition and technology kind of discussion. Is trying to draw something that what are the limits of this kind of a thing. Now coming to the last thing, I have talked about problems created by digital ecosystem, or you can say digital technology. Now it's my duty also to talk about what is the solution, right? What is the solution? In fact, I think that's a point for all of us to think about. What is the solution? We all can talk about problems and you can say things here and there. But number one, there means since it's a necessary evil which has intervened in our life. So number one, we can't escape from it. Let us accept it with full, with whole heart, and let us try to understand where to draw a line or what is the way out so that our students in the classrooms or our future generation can really make a well-informed choice, at least as far as use of this kind of technology is concerned. So there comes the role of humanities and social sciences. Since I'm a student of humanities and social sciences, so role of literature is of great value here. Literature means not of one specific nationality or one national or one specific community, but literature. Okay, let me say it in Hindi. Sahitya is the appropriate word for literature. What is Sahitya? Sahitya means in simple, if you break the word into two, I think it is Sahit, means the sense of togetherness, sense of welfare of all, or sense of welfare. Sahit, I think there lies the real essence of using literature to counter the evil effects of digital communication. So literature will always propagate literariness. It will not propagate literalness. Make a distinction between literariness and literalness, because literariness is about plurality. It is about plurality of meaning, means multiple interpretations of life. And literalness is about singularity. So literal meaning is not the question here. The question is literary meaning of life or the plurality of life. And second, literature, the prime question or the questions which literature answers are four to me. Those four fundamental questions which literature must answer. One is, what is the genesis of us? Means it should talk about genesis. Number two, it should talk about destination. Where are we heading to? It should talk about actions, about human actions. And the fourth question, it should talk about reasons for actions. Whatever actions we are doing, what are the reasons? So four questions: genesis, destination, actions, and reasons for action. And ultimately, literature is about exploring truth, right? Exploring truth. So truth in its most original sense, if it can be discovered, can be propagated, can be disseminated, I think we are doing our intended objective. So literature has a great role to play. Now, what are the instruments of literature? I have said it, but what are the instruments? See, to me, the instruments are those texts and those, those epics of literature, because the cardinal principles of human life are reflected in the best way in our epics and classical texts. So can we in some way or the other use, or you can say propagate, or can motivate our colleagues and our students to have some reference, to have some access to our epical narratives and classical texts, right? In Indian context, I think besides the Ramayana and the Mahabharata, I think Mani Mekli and Shilpatikaram and those epics of Sangam literature and Jatak Kathais. And see, in Surat, in one of the conferences, I was supposed to talk on Indo-Mongolia relations, right? During my preparation of that talk, Indo-Mongolia relations, I happened to know that the most translated book of the world is Panchtantra. It has been translated into maximum number of languages, and in a country like Mongolia, in every household, in every home, there is a copy of Panchtantra almost. I was so happy. This was a great news to me, that Panchtantra, right? So can I use Panchtantra in my as one of my pedagogical techniques, or as one of my instruments of propagating exploration of truth as such, right? So I think there lies the real worth of doing it. So this will means literature and our narratives and epics will always remain relevant for ourselves, because they talk about two things. They talk about well-being of self and well-being of society. So this self and surrounding, this binary of self and surrounding, the interface between self and surrounding is beautifully reflected upon in our epics and classical texts, right? These texts talk about our cultural values, civilizational values. So can we really preserve our cultural and civilizational values in these times of digital realities? I think also helps us. It would help us to understand ourselves, the world, and I think these texts, or these narratives, they take us back to our legends, those humanists, right, who propagated the idea of being a human being. I think through these texts we can really reach them. And also this helps us in inculcating this idea of contrastive thinking, because these texts are interpretative. They are pluralistic in their approach. They are interpretative, right? So, and very last thing before I say thank you, I'm reminded of a book by Dr. Namwar Singh, who was a professor, I think at Delhi University, professor of Hindi. Dr. Namwar Singh wrote a beautiful book, Vaad, Vivad, Samvad. Vaad, Vivad, Samvad. Vaad means to speak. Vivad means to debate. Samvad means to communicate. You will say, what is the difference between Vivad and Samvad? See, in these times, we need Samvad. We need communication. Of course, communication is through debate, through discussions. But Vad, to speak, Vivad, to debate, to argue, but the end objective is Samvad. Samvad means to be able to persuade our fellow beings through logic and reason, and to collaborate and to come on one page. I think there lies the idea of Samvad. In these times, we have access to every form of technology. But please ask yourself very honestly, do we really wish to communicate with full intent the kind of access we have to the world? I think our communication has become so limited that it is just it says in Hindi like nishkam, nishswarth, nishkam bhav means without any motive, there is no samvad as such. So I think I leave it there, that by iterating myself that I'm not averse to digital technologies. I'm not a staunch hater of digital technology. My only humble submission is, can we really juxtapose this traditional technology and digital technology to help us to explore what is the meaning of being a human being? Thank you so much.
Dear host, if you don't mind, before you proceed the vote of thanks or the further program, can I ask a question to this eminent speaker? I'm really curious to know certain things.
Ma'am, you can post your question on the email because we are short of time.
Thank you so much.
So sorry, I would have loved having interaction.
Thank you, sir.
Already trailing 1 hour, feature 1 hour.
Ma'am, you can email your question because we are already short of time and we are trailing 1 hour.
I got you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
That too because of technology. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ravi Bhushan, for your scholarly insights. Sir, your deep, thoughtful deliberation was a delight to the intellect and to those who are seekers of knowledge.
Thank you.
By quoting many Western and Indian philosophers and thinkers, Sir has traced relation between language technology and the modern world. He also discussed language as a tool of communication, language as the oldest technology that has ever been created, and how language has been manipulated by the political discourse through the medium of technology. Now I invite conference chair and guest of honor, Dr. Aruna Anchal, for the release of the conference souvenir.
Okay. A very good afternoon and very good morning to all of you. Now we release souvenir of today's conference. We have received more than 200 abstracts on the topic contemporary trends in humanities, social sciences, science, and technology in the global world. Hopefully, in this souvenir, we are going to get the papers on the related to the landscape of humanities, science, technology, which is one of the opportunity and challenge. While technology and scientific advancements promises solutions to many today's issues, they also raise the complex questions about ethics, inclusivity, and sustainability. So, I release the souvenir of today's conference, international conference. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Proceed next.
Now I invite conference convener Dr. Anuradha for the presentation of conference report and for vote of thanks.
अनम्यूट हो जाएगा, अभी हो जाएगा सर। इनका भी अनम्यूट क्यों हो रहा? MDSD कॉलेज कृतिका के नाम से किया। कृतिका का आगे बोल दिया। कृतिका का
Thank you so much, Dr. Monica, for inviting me, and I deem it a great pleasure.
Thank you so much,
On this international
Dr. Monica, for
inviting me, and I deem it a great propose in humanities, social sciences, and technology in global world. I am extremely thankful to International Council for Education, Research and Training. The conference is brought together academicians across the globe to more than 350 participations and 200 papers will be presented, which big achievement for all of us. I'm extremely thankful. I'm extremely thankful to visionary Principal Madam Karamjit Kaur, without whose support this day was not possible. Thank you, Madam, for being with us. I'm extremely thankful to Chief Guest of the Day, Dr. Manisha Bhaugji, Executive Director in Professional Development Division of ICRT. My gratitude goes to keynote speaker Dr. Anand Kumar, Head and Associate Professor, Department of Physics, Institute of Integrated and Honor Studies, Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra. And my joy knows no bound to listen and propose my gratitude to keynote speaker Dr. Ravi Bhushan, Professor, Department of English, Bhagat Phul Singh Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, Kanpur Kala, Sonipat, Haryana. Thank you so much, sir, for being here and for making this conference a great success. I am also thankful to backbone of ICRT, who is always there to help at even at odd hours. Dr. Sandeep Kumar Sihag, sir, Secretary ICRT, all the Dr. Aruna Anchal, who is there with us since morning and who has also presented souvenir of the conference. My dear friends and coordinators of conference, Dr. Anchal, Dr. Monica Dhillo, my dear friend Dr. Ujjwal, who has presented Saraswati Vandana, and her Saraswati Vandana always seeks blessings of Goddess Saraswati for all of us. Dr. Pooja, who is from SM Khalsa College, and she is here with us since morning. Dr. Kaushal, Dr. Neelam, Mr. Dhananjay, Mrs. Nitika Gupta, and Mrs. Sweetie for being with us since morning. And it is a great teamwork which makes such events a great success. My gratitude to all the participants online as well as offline to present their paper on this special day. As time is short, I'm just in very short words, I am presenting report of the seminar. A one-day international multidisciplinary conference was organized by M.D.S.D College in collaboration with ICRT, in which overall 200 research papers were received for discussion and deliberations, and they will be presented after Chanakya Award, declaration of Chanakya Award in 7 technical sessions. And she has Madam Karamjit Kaur has welcomed all the dignitaries and paper presenters. Dr. Anand Kumar, Head and Associate Professor, has presented keynote speech, followed by Dr. Ravi Bhushan. And after the inaugural session conference proceeding, book was released. After this, technical sessions will be organized, and I request all the offline participants to stay here in this hall only, as the first technical session will be organized over here. So all the best to all the participants, and thank you so much to all the students who are sitting here, Madam Principal, for being with us, and the team members. Thank you so much.
Now it's high time to announce the recipients of several awards like Chanakya Award, Lifetime Achievement Award, and Appreciation Awards. The Lifetime Achievement Award goes to Arvind. Appreciation award goes to Dr. Aanchal, Assistant Professor, Department of Mathematics, M.D.S.D College. As President Sir is not present here, sign on his behalf and will be the appreciation award goes to Dr. Aanchal, Assistant Professor, Department of Mathematics, M.D.S.D College. Then there are several awards in the category of Chanakya Award. Chanakya Award goes to Madam Karamjeet Kaur, Principal, M.D.S.D College. Next Chanakya Award goes to Dr. Suresh Kumar, Associate Professor, Department of Physics, Maharshi Markandeshwar University, Mulana, Ambala. The Chanakya Award goes to Dr. Anuradha, Assistant Professor, Department of English, M.D.S.D College, and who is also the convener of today's conference. Chanakya Award also goes to Dr. Sanjana Sharma Marwaha, Associate Professor, Amity Institute of Social Sciences, Amity University, Noida, UP.
Online.
She has joined online. Dr. Anita Godara, Assistant Professor, Department of English, R.A. Girls College, Ambala, Kent. She has also joined online. Dr. Rekha Kumari, Assistant Professor in English, Government Girls College, Rewari. She has also joined online. Next award goes to Mrs. Swati Yagi, Research Scholar, Department of Education, Bhagat Phool Singh Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, Sonipat. She has joined online. Then the Chanakya Award goes to Miss Shivani Dawar. She is present here and she will be receiving the award. She is Associate Professor in Commerce, DAV College, Ambala City. Dr. Suparna Sanyal Mukherjee, Associate Professor and HOD of Education, DIC of Sociology and Anthropology, CCOM Skills University, Bolpur, Birbhum. She has joined online. Mr. Mandeep Singh, Assistant Professor. Sir. Assistant Professor, Department of Chemistry, PG Government College for Girls, Sector 11, Chandigarh. Next award goes to Mr. Ghansham Mirabhai Harba. He is President, Shri PDM College of Commerce, Rajkot. He has connected online. Dr. Swati Bijawat, Associate Professor, Amity Law School, Amity University, Noida. She has also connected online. Dr. Anupam Vasayan, Head PG Department of English, Guru Nanak Khalsa College for Women, Ludhiana. She has also connected online. Dr. Ritu Chandana, Associate Professor in College, SMS Khalsa Labana Girls College, Ambala. Ma'am will be getting award. She is present here. Next award goes to Dr. Harsha Dangar, Assistant Professor, Commerce and Accountancy, Sri V.R. Patel College of Commerce, Gujarat. She has connected online. So now it's all with awards. Thank you very much for joining us today. Technical session. Now we will resume with the technical sessions. And I request all participants to join with their Google links and go to the Google classrooms for the technical sessions. Zoom classrooms for the Zoom breakout sessions for the technical sessions. Thank you very much.
मैम इसको लीव कर सकती है
जो पार्टिसिपेंट्स ऑफलाइन आएंगे वो यही रहेंगे, फर्स्ट टेक्निकल सेशन यही होगा और मैम के पास होगा इसी मीटिंग में।
एक्सक्यूज मी मैम, मैम हम लीव कर दें इस क्लास को? एक्सक्यूज मी मैम, मैम there is a query. I think the same Zoom link is assigned to us for technical session.
Same link is given to us for fourth technical session. Same link is given to us.
Yes, same link is given to us for first technical session. So we have to keep it up.
Yes, ma'am. Same
For
link
fourth
is given
also.
to us for third session.
Ma'am, sixth also. Sixth also, the same link.
Yes.
Sixth technical sessions link is also same.
The second session has also a same link.
Fourth is also having same link.
Yes, ma'am.
Then how to proceed?
Ma'am, the second session also
Yes,
has the same
dear
link.
participants, listen carefully. A link for all technical session is same. There are breakout rooms. You have to move in breakout room. On your screen, see breakout rooms are open. If you are connected with laptop, on your screen, there is one pop-up. One tab is open where the breakout room is written. where the names of all the persons who are connected, that's also written. In that
we are
window, you
connected
have
with
to
our
move
mobile
down,
phones.
scroll the window, move down, and then you will find technical session 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So join the technical sessions. Technical session 1 will held here in the main room. These candidates need not to join any other
We are
breakout room.
joined with our
And the people
mobile
who are
phones. Then
connected
how to do?
with the
We are joined with our
mobile
mobile
phone,
phones.
on their
Yes, sir. We
screen
are
you
using
can see.
mobile phones.
From the mobile phones, ma'am, the breakout rooms is written on the left-hand corner, upper side, for the mobile phones. I have also
Those who are
joined with
connected
mobile
with the
phones.
mobile
There
phone,
is
on
no
the left top,
breakup
you can
room
see there are
on my
4
screen here.
dots where breakout room icon is
I
given.
don't
You
see
have to
any
click on that
breakout
and
room
join the
on
breakout
my
room.
screen here.
Breakout.
I don't see any breakout room on my own screen here.
For technical session 1 will held in the same, this main room. For technical session 2, 3, 4, 5, there is no need to leave this meeting. If you are connected with your Android, with your mobile phone, see on the left, on your screen on the top left, there are 4 dots where the breakout room are written. You have to click on that icon and the breakout rooms are there. Join the breakout room. If you are connected with the laptop, in your toolbar, there is more option, or the breakout icon will be there in the more option, or that might be on the toolbar also. You have to click on the breakout rooms and join 2, 3, 4, 5. In which technical session your presentation is scheduled, you can join that.
हेलो सर, गुड आफ्टरनून सर। सेकंड सेशन के लिए कैसे ज्वाइन करें?
You are connected via mobile phone or laptop?
लैपटॉप सर।
On your laptop, see there is
Yes.
one window is there where the breakout room in progress is written.
Good morning.
Otherwise, you can more icon is given there in the toolbar. Bottom,
Okay, sir.
more option is there.
Yes, sir.
The more see breakout room option, breakout room icon is given. Click on breakout rooms. A
Yes,
new
sir.
window will open. You just have to
Okay,
scroll
sir.
down.
Yes, sir. I understand, sir. I
Yeah.
got it.
For technical session 1, we don't have to go anywhere now.
For technical session 1, there is no need to leave meeting. Your technical session will start here.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Technical session 1, you can start.
Good afternoon, everyone. May I know Dr. Anu Kapoor has joined us?
Yes, ma'am. I'm there in the meeting only.
यहीं आएंगे certificate
Welcome, ma'am.
अनुराधा मैम से collect कर लो. After 1 week.
I
It will
welcome
take
you
1 week.
all in this one-day international multidisciplinary conference, Contemporary Trends in Humanities, Social Sciences, Technology in Global World. I am happy to share with you all that this technical session will be chaired by Dr. Anu Kapoor, Associate Professor, Department of Physics, Chandigarh University, Punjab. With due respect, I invite you, Dr. Anu Kapoor, ma'am, to chair this online technical session. I welcome you, ma'am. Now I would like to introduce Dr. Anu Kapoor. Dr. Anu completed her PhD in physics from Maharshi Markandeya University in 2022. She has worked as lecturer, then assistant professor in M.D.S.D University of Emerging Sciences and Technology, M.D.S.D, Himachal Pradesh.
Thank you,
She is currently working as associate professor in Chandigarh University, Punjab. She is having a vast teaching experience of more than 19 years. She is equipped with a passion to acquire knowledge through various trainings and projects and demonstrates excellence in academic and research areas. She has more than 15 research papers to her credit in various journals and conferences of repute. Her research interests include nanotechnology and material science. She is a life member of ISTE Society. I invite you, ma'am, to call the paper presenters to present their paper. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. First of all, I would like to congratulate the entire team for this one-day international multidisciplinary conference. I hope the participants for this technical session 1 are already in the main room.
Yes, ma'am.
The first presenter is Mrs. Adinji. Is she there in the meeting? Mrs. Adinji Abigail. Okay, Dr. Janet. The second presenter, according to the list, is Dr. Janet. Dr. Janet, I can see his presence in the meeting. So please, you can unmute. Good afternoon, sir. You can start with your presentation. We will be giving 5 to 6 minutes for one presentation. Fine? So you have to follow the timeline. Dr. Kaushal, do the participants have sharing rights?
Yes, ma'am. They can share their slides.
Okay.
Hello, I'm Sule Muhammad, number 7.
Dr. Janet.
I'm Sule Muhammad. Can I proceed? I'm number 7.
Mr. Sool Mohammed, you are not audible.
Can I start now?
Are you ready with your presentation?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, sir. Then you can start.
Good morning to you all. I'm Sule Muhammad, Department of Educational Foundations.
Sir, your voice is too low.
Good morning to you all. I'm Sule Muhammad, Department of Educational Foundations, Federal University, Gusau, Nigeria. My topic is curriculum development strategies for promoting inclusive education in Nigeria. So the term curriculum refers to the structured framework that outlines the educational content, experiences, and learning outcomes for students. It guides what is taught, how it is taught, and the expected result of teaching. According to TABA 2000, views curriculum as a set of learning experiences deliberately planned for students to achieve certain educational goals. Curriculum has some elements, that is objectives, content, teaching methods, assessment, and learning needs. So curriculum development refers to systematic process of designing, organizing, implementing, and evaluating educational programs, learning experience to meet specific goals and the needs of learners, social and the educational system. It involves the arrangement, Curriculum development involve arrangement of topics in a logical and the sequence that facilitate learning based on learners' developmental stages or subject complexity. So curriculum development has some phases such as need assessment, designing, development, implementation, and evaluation. Inclusive education. Inclusive education refers to educational approach that seek to provide equitable access to quality education for all learners, regardless of their physical, intellectual, social, emotional, linguistic, or other conditions. So inclusive education has some specific goals, such as equality of opportunity, social inclusion, diverse learning needs, empowerment, and promote respect and tolerance among the learners. Then objectives of inclusive education, number one, access to participation of all children. Adopted curriculum teaching strategies, support services, and the awareness, training, and the collaborative and continued engagement among the learners. Then strategies for curriculum development in inclusive education in Nigeria.
Excuse me, sir. Let the session be started.
Strategies for curriculum development in inclusive education in Nigeria. Number one, need assessment and the stakeholders' involvement. Number two, universal design for learning, that is using of various methods such as visual, auditory, and kinesthetic. Number three, differentiated instructions, that is to provide varied support of help to students with disability. Number four, inclusive pedagogies and teaching practices, that is training teachers in inclusive education and encourage cooperative learning. Number five, adapting assessment methods, that is use of both formative and the summative assessment in teaching and learning of children with special needs. Number six, use of technology, that is employ tools such as screen readers, speech-to-text software, and the hearing aid. Number seven, curriculum flexibility, that is design curricula that modify and accommodate different learning needs among the special and disabled learners. Then challenges. There is some challenges in implementing inclusive education in Nigeria. Number one, inadequate infrastructure. That is lack of physical structure, such as toilets, enough classes, lights, potable water supply, etc. Number two, limited teachers training. That is lack of proper training in inclusive education method among the special education teachers. Then number three, attitude. It leads to stigmatization and the isolation of disabled students. Number four, insufficient funds. That is lack of funds. Government are not paying more attention in terms of providing of funds.
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Sul Mohammed. You have to wind up within 2 minutes.
Let me go to conclusion. In conclusion, effective curriculum development strategies are pivotal in promoting inclusive education in Nigeria to ensure that every child, regardless of ability, gender, or socioeconomic background, has access to quality education. The curriculum must be flexible, adaptive, and responsive to diverse needs of the student. Then recommendation. Curriculum reviewers should develop a curriculum that will accommodate various learning strategies and abilities and needs of disabled students. Recommendation number 2, Federal Ministry of Education of Nigeria should offer special training for teachers in inclusive education. Then, special education teachers should incorporate tools such as screen readers, audio textbook, and the speech recognition software to their teaching and learning process in the classroom. Then education stakeholders should establish dedicated support services to disabled learners. Then lastly, special education teachers should create assessment techniques that accommodate different learning needs to students with diverse abilities and fair evaluation. Thank you very much for the listening.
Thank you, Mr. Sulmama. Now, next we have Dr. Anita, serial number 450.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
All the members, respected chairperson, may I present my paper?
Yes, ma'am.
I am Dr. Anita Godara, Assistant Professor in English, RA Girls College, Ambala, Kent. And the topic of my research paper is Enhancing Inclusion and Empowerment, Adaptive Strategies in Physical Education, Recreation and Sports for Differently Abled Individuals. The inclusion of individuals with disabilities in physical education, recreation, leisure, sports.
Sorry, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Don't you have any PowerPoint presentation which you can share over here?
Sorry, ma'am. Actually, yesterday some tragedy has happened in my family.
Okay, okay. You can continue.
That's why I couldn't prepare. My brother-in-law is expired due to some.
Fine, ma'am. You can continue.
Briefly, I'm speaking the inclusion of individuals with disabilities in physical education, recreation, leisure, and sports is a critical component of promoting their physical, social, and psychological well-being. This paper explores adaptive strategies, programs, practices designed to enhance participation among differently abled individuals, including those with cerebral palsy and other conditions. The study emphasizes the role of customized physical activities, assistive technologies, inclusive environment in addressing barriers and fostering equality. This paper also highlights how recreational and sports activities contribute to reducing spasticity, improving motor control, enhancing self-esteem, building social networks. This integrative approach not only align with global rights-based framework, but also advocate for empowerment and a holistic development of individuals with disabilities through meaningful engagement in physical activities. Special focus is given to innovative practices such as implementation of some mudras, Ritesh mudras, which offer therapeutic benefits for managing spasticity and improving motor function in person with cerebral palsy. I will say some points, ma'am. Global framework for disability inclusion. Inclusion is a cornerstone of several international agreement policies and declaration. Among them, the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities is the most influential, adopted in 2006. And the UNCRPD emphasizes the right to participate in cultural life, recreation, leisure, and sports without discrimination. Methods I'm making use in this paper is qualitative and quantitative. Both methods are used. Adaptive strategies for inclusion are customized physical activities. Second, assistive technologies like adaptive bicycles, smart prosthetics, visual reality, inclusive environment, by making barrier-free infrastructure, ramps, accessible restrooms, Sensor-friendly spaces are essential for ensuring physical accessibility. Training educators and coaches, professionals need to be equipped with skills to modify activities, encourage participation without biasness, community engagement, raising awareness about disability inclusion through events, workshops, and campaign foster societal acceptance. Benefits of inclusion in physical activities is on physical health. Engagement in physical activities contribute to reduce spasticity through consistent stretching and movement, enhance cardiovascular health and stamina, improved motor skill and coordination, which are crucially for daily basis. I will conclude it. I also take ma'am some research on case study. I also did case study on Dr. Ritesh, who is suffering from cerebral palsy, and he also designed some machines and equipments and some mudras. Conclusion: inclusive physical activities are more than just a tool for fitness. They are a means of empowerment, self-expression, and societal integration. By implementing adaptive strategies, leveraging assistive technologies, fostering inclusive environment, society can unlock the potential of differently abled individuals. Innovative practice like Ritesh Mudra exemplify how traditional and modern approaches can coverage to address complex challenges. Moving forward, collaboration among stakeholders, educators, policymakers, therapists, and community members will be key to realize the vision of an inclusive, equitable world. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the audience for Dr. Anita? Okay, fine.
Thank you, ma'am.
Then we have Dr. Janet.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Okay, are we hearing me? Sorry, I have a little challenge with my voice. The title of my paper is Optimizing Leadership Potentials Through Adequate Quantity and Quality of Sleep. The study examined how leadership potential can be optimized through adequate sleep in terms of quantity and quality of the sleep. And what are we talking about? What is leadership potential? Leadership potentials are the inherent qualities, the skills, the characteristics that individual possesses, which enables them to effectively lead and influence others. These potentials can include a range of attributes such as vision, communication, decision-making, emotional intelligence, adaptability, and many others. And these leadership potentials we're talking about, they are not just fixed traits, but they can be developed and nurtured over time through experience, through learning, through self-awareness. And by recognizing and leveraging their leadership potentials, individuals can enhance their effectiveness as leaders and make a positive impact within their organizations and communities. Now, to optimize these leadership potentials effectively, the leader should focus on a holistic approach that addresses various aspects of leadership development, which includes self-awareness, continuous learning, emotional intelligence, communication skills, decision-making abilities, adaptability, team building, and collaboration. And all these can be achieved through adequate sleep and adequate sleep in terms of quality and quantity of sleep. What do I mean by adequate quantity of sleep? Adequate quantity of sleep refers to the optimal amount of sleep an individual needs on a regular basis to support his or her overall health, well-being, and cognitive function. For adults, the recommended amount of sleep can vary, but the National Sleep Foundation recommends that adults aged 18 to 64 should aim for 7 to 9 hours of sleep per night for optimal health and well-being. And the leaders, when we look at the age range of leaders, that's the they fall into this age range between 18 and 64. Excuse me. So when these leaders prioritize this quantity of sleep, taking time to sleep for 6, 7 to 9 hours, they will be able to optimize their leadership potential that has been inherent in them. Out of adequate quality of sleep, the quality of sleep is important as the quantity of sleep. And quality sleep refers to sleep that is deep, sleep that is uninterrupted, sleep that is restorative. And it has to do with the sleep environment. It has to do with consistent sleep schedule, the relaxation techniques, the early sleep habits, and many other factors that can contribute to ensuring a high quality of sleep. And when leaders acquire this high quality of sleep and quantity, it will help them in the area of cognitive function enhancement, in the area of emotional regulation, in the area of clarity of thoughts, in the area of stress management improvement, among others. Conclusively, adequate sleep plays a significant role in enhancing continuous learning for leaders. And when they sleep positively, it will affect their ability to acquire new knowledge. It will impact them to acquire skills, insights over time through cognitive function as a result of quality and quantity of sleep. So quality sleep enhances creative thinking and problem-solving abilities. When leaders get enough rest, they are more likely to approach challenges with fresh perspective. They are more likely to think innovatively, and they will be able to generate creative solutions, fostering continuous learning and growth. It is also essential for memory consolidation. Leaders need memory consolidation in order to optimize their leadership potentials, and quality sleep enhances cognitive flexibility and decision-making abilities. When leaders are able to make reasonable decisions, when their decision-making ability has been enhanced, it will lead to one of the ways of optimizing their leadership potentials. And also, conclusively, when leaders prioritize sleep, they are likely to feel energized, they're likely to feel motivated,
Dr. Janet, please conclude.
Mentally alert. I'm rounding up. That's the conclusion.
Please conclude.
You said, I'm not hearing you. I'm rounding up now.
Kindly conclude. We have many participants
Okay,
waiting. Okay.
Yes, in conclusion, leaders who prioritize sleep are more likely to feel energized, motivated, and mentally alert, thereby fostering a positive mindset conducive for continuous learning. So in conclusion, adequate quantity and quality of sleep is an essential foundation for effective leadership and lifelong learning. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Janet. Any questions from the audience? Okay, next is Dr. Rotami.
Excuse me, ma'am. Dr. Kaushal Chauhan here. Actually, there are certain participants who are available offline here. So we want that they should present first.
Fine, it's okay, ma'am.
Okay, so we have Dr. Sonia Batra. Dr. Sonia Batra will present her paper. Assistant Professor, S.D. College, Ambala, Kent. Impact of environmental toxicants on reproduction of small ruminants.
अब कैमरा भी तो ऑन करो। कैमरा, हाँ, यस, वीडियो, यस। आप सामने से ले लीजिए, ये देखो ऑन नहीं है। एक मिनट एक्चुअली समटाइम ना वो हो जाता है, डबल क्लिक करना। मैम कैमरा क्यों नहीं ऑन हो पा रहा? हेलो
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
मैम, screen is visible?
Yes, your screen is visible. Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Dr. Sonia Batra, Assistant Professor from Department of Zoology. Here I'm going to present before you on the topic impact of environmental toxicants on reproduction of small ruminants.
Wait, we are looking at Dr. Janet's screen. Dr. Janet, please
Yes.
stop sharing your screen.
Yes, ma'am. Sharing your screen.
Dr. Janet, please stop sharing your screen. Yes. Yes.
So what is environmental toxicants? As we all know that today's population is increasing at a very fast rate and pollution is also increasing day by day. So first of all, we should know what is environmental toxicants. Any toxic substance produced by human activities or introduced into the environment due to human actions negatively affects the health of the organisms exposed to them. For example, tobacco smoking, mercury compounds, and particulate matter. So there are different types of environmental toxicants: carcinogens, mutagens, allergens, neurotoxins, and endocrine disruptors. So we are all familiar with this, but then what are endocrine disruptors? Yes. Endocrine disrupting chemicals, an exogenous chemical or mixture of chemical that interferes with any aspect of hormone action. Means these chemicals disturb our hormones actions. So it includes insecticides, pesticides, herbicides, and chemical fertilizers. Now, classification of insecticides. We've classified the insecticides on the chemical nature. See, inorganic compounds, organic compounds. Inorganic compounds, arsenics, fluorine compounds, sulfur, zinc, phosphorus, boron, thallium, and sodium. Whereas organic compounds having hydrocarbon soils, fumigants, synthetic organic compounds, organocolorines, sulfur contaminated compounds, oils and soaps, fumigants. Hydrocarbon oil, it includes plants origin, nicotine, pyrethrons, retinoids, neem, oil. Then pathway of environmental toxicants through food chain. See these environmental toxicants, when we spray insecticides or pesticides on the plants, or they may enter into the food chain when the grazing animals. My topic is impact of environmental toxicants on small ruminants. Small ruminants, it includes goat, sheep, right? These are our domestic animals, and when they do grazing, then they through the food chain they enter into their body and they lead to the abnormalities in the reproduction. Sorry. Mechanism of environmental toxicants. Environmental toxicants, they lead to DNA oxidation and they lead to DNA oxidation, protein carbonylase, lipid peroxidation, enzymatic and enzymatic and non-enzymatic antioxidants. Ultimately, what they do, they lead to cell death, that is cell toxicity. And what more? Genotoxicity. Genotoxicity is also being produced by genotoxicity also causes abnormalities in the chromosomes, leading to the abnormalities in the reproduction. That means reproduction, that means there's less chances of breeding also, right? Next is, as I told you, that is leads to the abnormalities in the reproduction. Now my next picture is normal and affected ovary of goat. My topic on ruminants, as my topic is on ruminants, so ruminant, it includes goat and sheep. My PhD topic was on goat, so this is, I had taken the picture. See this normal ovary, you can see this is normal ovary, and this is ovary with cancer, right? So see this environmental pollutants, how they affect the reproduction. You can very well demarcate, you can very well see here normal ovary and ovary of the with the cancer of the goat. So we should minimize the toxicants. Impact of environmental toxicants on reproduction of small ruminants. C. Disrupts the synthesis, function, and metabolism of reproductive hormones. Impairs semen quality and affects fertility. Polycystic ovarian syndrome. Ovary gets disturbed, not able to fertilize. Delayed implantation, जो उसका embryo होगा वो भी implantation late होगा. Early abortions, abnormal births, and death of the embryo. See the side effects of the environmental toxicants. So strategies to reduce chemical fertilizers use. So we should use the organic manures. Instead, we should reduce the minimum use of chemical fertilizers. Next is measures to reduce environmental toxicants by reducing smoking, right? Smoking, what we do? We inhale, we exhale the vapors, and they also enter into the grazing animals, right? Everyone inhales it. So minimum use of insecticides, pesticides, and chemical fertilizers. Reduce soil pollution, water pollution, and air pollution. Minimum use of chemicals. That's why we always say that don't spoil the don't throw the plastic carry bags. They enter into the ruminants, and they enter in the food chain. Through the food chain, they enter into their body, and they will disturb their effects. They will disturb the normal functioning of the organ system, and they will lead to loss of many of the abnormalities and lead to the reproduction problems. Thank you. Yes. Any
Thank you,
query?
Dr. Sonia. Thank you.
Any query, please?
Thank you, ma'am. Now we have Pankaj Kumar.
Thank you, ma'am.
Pankaj Chinmoy Das. We have Chinmoy Das. Baba Mastanath University. Role of peer pressure and social support.
Good morning.
Now we have Ankita. Ankita, role of peer pressure. Baba Mastanath University.
Good morning. Hello, good morning, everyone from Nigeria.
Mr. Rotmi, please, you have to wait.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning. Good morning.
You have to wait for your turn.
Morning.
Hello,
Good morning.
myself Ankita, and I'm from Baba Masnath University, Rohtak, and my topic is role of peer pressure and social support in. Ma'am, audio तो on किया हुआ है. Hello, myself Ankita, and I'm from Baba Masnath University, Rohtak, and my topic is role of peer pressure and social support in affecting academic achievement of senior secondary school students and analytic review. So introduction is academic achievement is a key determinant of a student's future opportunities and personal development, particularly during the senior secondary school year, the critical period in a student's educational journey. During this stage, students encounter various challenges and pressure that can influence their motivation, attitudes, and ultimately their performance. Peer pressure, typically defined as the influence exerted by one's social group to conform to certain behaviors, attitudes, or academic standards, can have both positive and negative consequences. Positive peer pressure, such as an encouragement to study or excel in academics, can serve as a motivating factor, helping students stay focused and committed to their educational goals. On their other hand, negative peer pressure, including the promotion of disengagement from academics of involvement in disruptive behaviors, can hinder students' academic potential and lead to poorer performance. Academic achievement refers to the measurable outcomes of a student's learning and performance in educational settings, typically reflected in grades, test scores, and other academic indicators. It encompasses a student's ability to grasp and apply knowledge, demonstrate skills, and meet the educational standards set by the school or educational system. And now it's peer pressure is refers to the social influence exerted by a group of individuals, typically of similar age or status, that encourages a person to adopt certain behaviors, attitudes, or values in order to fit in or gain approval. Peer pressure can be both positive or negative. And now is academic achievement and social support. Equally important is the role of social support, which includes emotional, informational, and instrumental resources provided by family members, teachers, and peers. A supportive environment can foster a sense of security and belonging, enhancing students' self-esteem and academic confidence. Research has shown that social support, particularly from parents and educators, is a significant predictor of academic achievement, as it offers students the encouragement and guidance necessary to navigate academic challenges and stress. And now is the characteristics of social sport is emotional sport, informational sport, instrumental sport, social sport, encouragement and motivation, availability and accessibility, social integration and sense of belonging, buffer against negative peer pressure. And now is types of peer pressure is peer pressure can manifest in various forms, each with its own influence on students' behaviors and decisions. The main type of peer pressure include direct peer pressure, and second one is indirect peer pressure. Direct peer pressure is this involves explicit encouragement or demands from peers to adopt certain behaviors. For example, a group of friends might encourage a student to skip classes and cheat on a test and or engage in substance use. Direct peer pressure often involves clear and direct statements such as "you should do this" or even "or everyone is doing it." And indirect peer pressure is less explicit and involves subtle influences such as the upspoken expectations that arise from social norms within a group. For instance, a student might feel compelled or to behave in a certain way because of the perceived expectations of friends or classmates. The desire of fit in or be accepted may drive students to adopt behaviors they would not otherwise choose, such as avoiding academic work or engaging in social media behaviors. Influence of peer pressure on students. Peer pressure may be negative or positive. And now last one is conclusion. Conclusion, the role of peer pressure and social support in shaping the academic achievement of senior secondary school students is undeniable, with both factors exerting a profound influence on students' behaviors, attitudes, and outcomes. Peer pressure, whether positive or negative, plays a significant role in shaping students' academic motivation and performance. Positive peer pressure can foster a culture of academic achievement, encouraging students to engage in productive behaviors such as studying, collaborating on schoolwork, and strive for excellence. Conversely, negative peer pressure can lead to disengagement from academics, encouraging risky behaviors and undermining students' focus on their educational goals. Social support, on the other hand, acts as a vital buffer against the negative effects of peer pressure. Emotional, informational, and instrumental support from family, teachers, and peers provides students with the resources, encouragement, and motivation necessary to thrive academically. Students who perceive a strong support system are more likely to develop resilience in the face of challenges, persist through academic difficulties, and maintain high levels of motivation, all of which are essential for academic success. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now we have Chinmoy Das with us.
Is it working now? Next. Okay. Hello, everyone. Audible? Am I audible? Yes, you are. Okay. So I am Chinmay. I'm from Central University of Haryana, PhD film study, and my guide is Dr. Pankaj Kumar. And as I am doing PhD on film studies, my study is related to dark cinema. And the topic today I am sharing with you is dark cinema to digital culture, neo-noir, and normalizing satanic norms. So how my studies began with the cinema noir. What is noir? Noir is basically the dark cinema which portray the world very pessimistic way. The cinema elements is they provide very complex world, complex society where the people are dilemmatic, anti-heroic, and they are have some very darkness human nature. Those are normally used in the Western American countries in 1940 to 1950. And right now in Indian context, the Indian storytellers, the visual storytellers are using those kind of narratives and those kind of elements on their cinema. So recently there is a web series called Asur, that one very famous in the Indian context, and that was just become a foundation of dark mystic things in Indian context. So after that, there are so many horror noirs are we can see in that Indian digital industry and movie industry. And after that, recently there is a movie called Shaitan, launched in March 2024, and that becomes the one of the blockbuster in Indian scenario. And that movie was it was the second highest second highest grossing Indian horror movie ever, and it like 4 times more money they are earned. It the budget was that movie. The budget of that movie was 16 to 65, but they really they
earn so much money from that movie. And the original movie was the Gujarati one, that's Basa. So what is the theoretical background? In 1960, the governor who was invented a theory called cultivation theory. According to that theory, the media, so-called the television or radio or any kind of digital media can manipulate or cultivate things among the audience or viewers. So like that, we can, based on that theory, and we can think that yes, cinema can manipulate media, cinema can manipulate youth, cinema can manipulate the things. So the picture over here, you can see this one, the South Indian movie. Yeah. It was very famous last year, and this is also one of the great example of noir. So like this, the elements of Satanism was very famous and increasing amongst the youth. So how they are actually work? Actually, they are working with the manipulating the youth, because any kind of ritualistic behavior, any kind of mystery can connect the youth and very easily. So what they are using, they are normalizing so many taboos actually. Because in this scenario, we are in a scientific era, we have so many things to do, we have the logical mind, but in digital and in virtuality and reality, there is a thin line in between. So it's a very it's a thin line that's somehow it's very difficult to analyze that kind of thin lines in between virtuality and reality from for the youth. So, like after Satan, we can see a huge difference in that virtual world, and basically in Indian media, what they are portray the dark magic, they are portray the black magics of like. Also in podcasts, also in memes, also in Instagram page, we can see like Basikaran, how to learn Tantra, how to do Basa, like this kind of thing. So I am just playing a visuals from the movie. Ma'am, is it, yes, I'm sorry. So in this movie trailer, we can see the R. Madhavan. He was a really he was a brilliant actor. He's a brilliant actor, and he acted very brilliantly. And Ajay Devgan, he's also a good actor, but the strong character is the R. Madhavan. Was okay. So R. Madhavan is he played the Satan in this movie. So the viewers, the audience, they are actually focusing on the strong character, the R. Madhavan character, right? So like this kind of movie, what they are portraying, all the villains, all the negative side, very strong way, and those are very those are affects the youth mindset, and the youths they are focusing on those kind of mythic themes, and they are going through the occult practices. Those we can see in in digital time in recently. So this is my paper is based on the dark culture to the digital culture. And this is some of my references of my study. And thank you so much for watching me and hearing me. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Deepak Rana, Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, Idea of Nationalism and Gender Equity from DAB College, Pundri, Kathal.
स्टार्ट करेंगे। सभी को नमस्ते जी। मैं दीपक राणा, असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर डीएवी कॉलेज पुंडरी कैथल से। मेरा टॉपिक है नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस और उनका राष्ट्रवाद और भारतीय स्वतंत्रता आंदोलन में उनके द्वारा किए गए महान कार्यों में से एक महानतम कार्य महिला सशक्तिकरण। नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस भारतीय स्वतंत्रता संग्राम के एक महान स्वतंत्रता सेनानी, क्रांतिकारी, प्रखर राष्ट्रवादी नेता और एक महान तेजस्वी योद्धा थे। ऐसे महान क्रांतिकारी योद्धा जो कि लेखक, ओजस्वी वक्ता, दूरदर्शी नेता भी थे। नेताजी लैंगिक समानता, समाजवाद, सामाजिक न्याय सहित लोकतांत्रिक गणराज्य के मजबूत पक्षधर थे। वे जाति पाति, धर्म व लिंग के आधार पर किए जा रहे भेदभाव के विरुद्ध बुलंद आवाज कर सभी के लिए समान अधिकार की वकालत करने वाले महान नेता नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस थे। भारत की स्वतंत्रता के लिए उनके द्वारा किए गए संघर्ष, उनका कार्य आज भारतीय इतिहास में स्वर्णिम अक्षरों से लिखा गया है। नेताजी स्वतंत्रता संग्राम के एक ऐसे महान क्रांतिकारी थे जिन्होंने आजादी हासिल करने के लिए अंग्रेजों से सीधी लड़ाई का रास्ता मुनासिब समझा। भारत के प्रथम स्वतंत्रता संग्राम के बाद पहली बार सेना का गठन कर एक ऐसी सरकार जिसका सूर्य कभी अस्त न होता था, ऐसी सत्ता को उखाड़ फेंकने का काम नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस ने किया, जो कि न भूतो न भविष्यति का एक बहुत बड़ा उदाहरण है। जय हिंद का नारा और तुम मुझे खून दो मैं तुम्हें आजादी दूंगा, ऐसे नारों का सूत्रपात कर भारतीय समाज में, आम जन में राष्ट्रभाव की भावना को जगाने का काम नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस ने किया। और एक सबसे महत्वपूर्ण कार्य जो कि उनके द्वारा किया गया कि उन्होंने महिला सशक्तिकरण हेतु रानी झांसी रेजिमेंट का गठन किया, जो कि महिला सशक्तिकरण को लेकर के एक बहुत ही अनूठा उदाहरण आज के समय में देखा जा सकता है। सुभाष चंद्र बोस के व्यक्तित्व, सूझबूझ और रणनीति से प्रेरित होकर ही जर्मनी के तानाशाह हिटलर ने उन्हें नेताजी कहकर संबोधित किया। नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस का एक महानतम कार्य जो कि 21 अक्टूबर 1943 को सिंगापुर में आजाद हिंद फौज के सर्वोच्च सेनापति के रूप में स्वतंत्र भारत की आजाद हिंद सरकार बनाई, जिनकी भारतीय स्वतंत्रता के इतिहास में एक महान भूमिका रही थी। नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस का जन्म 23 जनवरी 1897 को कटक, ओडिशा में हुआ था। एक महान क्रांतिकारी जो कि अपनी प्रारंभिक परीक्षा पूर्ण करने के पश्चात, जिन्होंने आईसीएस की परीक्षा चतुर्थ स्थान के साथ उत्तीर्ण की और भारतीयों के लिए उन्होंने वो महानतम कार्य किया जो आज पूरी दुनिया में उदाहरणीय है। नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस के महानतम गुरु देशबंधु चित्तरंजन दास जी थे, जिन्होंने सुभाष चंद्र बोस जी को प्रेरित किया कि वो इस राष्ट्र के लिए किस प्रकार से अपना कार्य कर सकते हैं। और नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस ने अपने महानतम कार्यों में कांग्रेस के अध्यक्ष रहते हुए 1938 और 1939 में इस देश के जनमानस में असहयोग आंदोलन के द्वारा किए गए अपने अनूठे कार्यों में सविनय अवज्ञा आंदोलन के दौरान एक महत्वपूर्ण कार्य किया। और उनकी एक महान कार्य राष्ट्रीय आंदोलन में जो कि 1939 में फॉरवर्ड ब्लॉक की स्थापना करना था। नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस के बारे में डॉक्टर आर.सी. मजूमदार भी अपनी पुस्तक हिस्ट्री ऑफ फ्रीडम मूवमेंट में कहते हैं कि गांधी जी के बाद भारतीय स्वतंत्रता संघर्ष में सबसे प्रमुख व्यक्ति निसंदेह सुभाष चंद्र बोस ही थे। नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस का राष्ट्रवाद इतना महानतम है कि उन्होंने अपने भारतीय जनों के लिए, भारतीयों के लिए एक महत्वपूर्ण कार्य, राष्ट्रवाद की भावना की अलग को जगाने का कार्य किया। उनके द्वारा दिया गया नारा जय हिंद का तुम मुझे खून दो मैं तुम्हें आजादी दूंगा, दिल्ली चलो जैसे नारे आज भी भारतीयों के दिलों में छाए हुए हैं और उनको आंदोलित करते हैं कि वो राष्ट्र के लिए कुछ करें। नेताजी के राष्ट्रवाद का एक आधार औद्योगिकरण भी था। जिसके माध्यम से उन्होंने कहा था कि भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाकर ही इस राष्ट्र को उन्नति की ओर, शिखर की ओर लेके जाया जा सकता है। अपने राष्ट्रवाद में नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस ऊंच नीच को मिटा करके, अमीरी
Please
गरीबी का
conclude
भेद
your
मिटा
paper.
करके, यस मैम, नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस ने महिला सशक्तिकरण हेतु रानी झांसी रेजिमेंट का निर्माण किया और महिलाओं को भारतीय सेना में कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर लड़ने के लिए उनको प्रेरित किया। उनके द्वारा किए गए एक महानतम कार्य जो था वो था आजाद हिंद सरकार का गठन करना, आजाद हिंद फौज का गठन करना और आजाद हिंद सरकार का गठन करना, जो कि भारतीयों के लिए भारतीय स्वतंत्रता संघर्ष के दौरान एक महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका उन्होंने निभाई और भारत की स्वतंत्रता में एक महत्वपूर्ण नींव इस आंदोलन ने रखी। थैंक यू।
Thank you. Now we have Pankaj Kumar. Any other participants from online?
Yes.
Good morning.
Yes,
I'm
Adeniji is ready.
Yes,
ma'am, I'm there. Number one.
Ogushola is here. Adeboye Rotimi.
Adeniji.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, I'm there. Rekha Garg.
Number 3. I'm there.
Adeniji, the first on the list. Number one. Number one on the list.
Number 3, as I've been raising my hand.
And number one, sorry. Serial number 2.
Miss Abigail, I think you can present.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, everybody. My name is Adeniji Temitokwe Abigail, and I'll be presenting a paper titled The Human Environment.
The successor of the acronym term BRIC. Actually, BRIC is the combination of potential for emerging economic powers, super economic powers of the world, Brazil, Russia, and India, China. Later on in 2010, after a decade, South Africa also entered in this group. The Cold War actually.
Hello.
The disk of
Oh, good. Like there's an interference. Adeniji is ready to present, but there's an interference of voices. I think from the main hall there.
Ready to. Ogushola is ready
Adeniji
to
is ready
present.
to present. Should I go on, ma'am? Should I proceed, ma'am?
Please proceed. Please proceed.
Thank you, ma'am. My name is Adeniji Temitokwe Abigail, and I'll be presenting a paper titled The Human Environment, the Challenges and Panacea. The field of geography is a way of reasoning, is a way of asking questions, and a way of giving answers to the why, the how, the when, the what, and where of geographical phenomenon. And the environment is an entity or a surrounding or condition in which a person, an animal, plant, lives, or operates. It is anything immediately surrounding an object and exerting a direct influence on it. Human beings are the major agents in the environment. The Earth is the only known planet having different kinds of life forms, wherein there are complex sets of interactions between the physical and the biological components. Various linkages between physical and biological components are different. Okay, the human environment is a branch of geography that has or that studies the relationship between man and his environment. And basically human environment relationship. The first one is determinism.
Please mute
This
yourself.
is where the environment influences man as a whole. It dictates man, that is, heads made man. Man does not really have a say in this kind of relationship. The second type of relationship that exists is the possibility. At this stage, man comes with possibilities that he can use to meet his day, as the head is the source from which every of his needs are met. And in the course of doing this, it tends to alter the environment and thereby causing problems to both the environment and man himself. The third possible man-environment relationship that exists is the possibility or the probabilism. At this stage, it is more or less a 50-50 kind of relationship or effect being felt, whereby man comes to and the environment too. So because of time, I'll just quickly look at the nature of the environmental issues that the effects of man's activities. For one, I'd like to say here that these environmental issues are anthropogenic in nature, that the root cause or causes behind all major environmental issues that Jean has learned comes as a form of anthropogenicity. In other words, economic activities, particularly industrialization and consumer lifestyle, has increased the carbon footprint and ecological footprint in the ecosystem. Another nature is the adverse effect on biogeochemical circles of the environment. And the last one is that there's a transbond in nature, meaning that every effect of man's effect does not just stay at a point where this thing is, it goes further than where it's been caused. Then we have effects of these activities, human activities on the environment. We have several, but for the purpose of this conference and time, I'll highlight few. We have climate change, we have pollution, that is the alteration of the natural or the original content of the ecosystem. And this pollution can come in different forms. We have the air pollution, water pollution, soil pollution, and as the case may be, other forms that this pollution can or may take. Then we have biodiversity loss, that is the total alteration of the ecosystem. The original balance has been altered. And we also have global warming. We have ozone layer depletion. The tiny layer that is supposed to absorb the sun radiation has been depleted over time, all as a result of man's activities. We have the depletion of the natural resources. We also have extinction of some of the species. So those are some of the man's activities in the environment. Now let's
kindly
go to
conclude
panacea,
your
which
paper.
is the solution. All right, now the panacea, which is the recommendation. Now I encourage the form of afforestation, that is tree absorb carbon, planting of trees, whereby trees absorb carbon dioxide, purify the air. That is the solution, one of the ways whereby we can cut down on pollution. Then regenerative farming is another panacea solution. We should refrain from plastic use, and we should also have a spiritual renewal, which can help us realize how much we rely on nature. This understanding can make us want to
Thank you, Abigail. Thank you. Now we have Pankaj Kumar, role of yoga practices in the management of drug abuses. Pankaj Kumar from Central University of Haryana. Kindly conclude your paper within 2 or 3 minutes, Pankaj.
Yes, ma'am. Namaskar to all. Myself Pankaj Kumar from Central University of Haryana, pursuing PhD from Department of Yoga under the guidance of Dr. Naveen. And my presentation topic is the role of yoga practices in the management of drug abusers. इस प्रेजेंटेशन में देखेंगे तो मैंने स्टडी पे काम किया कि कितने ड्रग्स ऑल ओवर वर्ल्ड यूज करते हैं और कितने एडिक्शन से रिलेटेड डिजीज हैं। तो ये मेरा प्रेजेंटेशन रहेगा। सबसे पहले देखते हैं क्या है। जब किसी सब्सटेंस को हम लेकर थोड़े टाइम के लिए एक प्लेजर फील करते हैं और उसी को बार बार रिपीट करने के लिए जो ड्रग्स यूज करते हैं उसके एडिक्शन हो जाता है। उसे उसको हम ड्रग अब्यूज या ड्रग सब्सटेंस बोलते हैं। There are over 190 million drug abusers around the world, and problem has been increasing alarming rates. Young adults, जो young generation में ज्यादातर मिलता है। Understanding the challenges of drug abuse कोज क्या क्या है और इंडिया में क्या क्या उसका वो अभी सिनारियो उसको देखते हैं। कोजेज ऑफ ड्रग एडिक्शन, ओवर यूज ऑफ ड्रग्स जो अभी मैंने डिस्कस किया। टॉलरेंस ड्यू टू प्रोलॉन्ग्ड यूज, बार बार एक ही ड्रग्स को यूज करने को उसके हैबिचुअल हो जाते हैं। सोशल सराउंडिंग्स इम्पैक्ट, साइकिक कंडीशंस लाइक डिप्रेशन, स्ट्रेस हो जाता है जब ड्रग्स लेते हैं। लोनलीनेस, ये भी एक मेन फैक्टर है। बैड कंपनी, आपका जो भी आपके साथ संगति जो भी आपके साथ रह रहे हो उससे भी ड्रग एडिक्शन की लत लग जाती है। अब इंडिया में क्या है, इंडिया में मोस्ट ऑफ द अब्यूज सब्सटेंस इन 14.6% क्या है उसमें अल्कोहल यूज कर रहे हैं। इसमें अराउंड 5.2% डिपेंडेंट ऑन अल्कोहल। अबाउट 5 करोड़ इंडियंस हैव यूज्ड कैनबिस, जो अलग अलग डिफरेंट टाइप्स को ड्रग्स को यूज उसको ड्रग्स ले रहे हैं। अब होलिस्टिक अप्रोच योगा इसमें क्या रोल प्ले करेगा। योगा में एक अष्टांग योगा का कॉन्सेप्ट होता है जिसमें यम, नियम, आसन, प्राणायाम, प्रत्याहार, धारणा, ध्यान, समाधि, अष्टांगानी, ये 8 योग 8 लिम्स ऑफ अष्टांगा योगा है। इनके जरिए हम कैसे इस ड्रग एडिक्शन को फॉलो अप करके जो भी रिहैब सेंटर्स होते हैं उनके रूप में कैटलिस्ट का कैसे काम कर पाएगा ये अष्टांग योगा। तो जब एक ड्रग एडिक्टेड जो पर्सन है वो यम का फॉलो करेगा, जब उसके ट्रीटमेंट चलता है उसका, तो सबसे पहले उसको सिखाया जैसे यम का पालन करेगा तो मोरल गाइडलाइंस फॉर सेल्फ कंट्रोल होगा। नियमा मतलब उसका जो पर्सनल डिसिप्लिन होते हैं उसको फॉलो अप करेगा। आसना में उसका डिटर्मिनेशन, डिटॉक्सिफाई बॉडी करेगा। प्राणायाम का उसको जो स्ट्रेस है उसको कम करेगा। प्रत्याहारा, इट इज द कंट्रोल ऑफ सेंसेस ऑफ आवर सेंसेस, ये रहेगा। नेक्स्ट वन धारणा, ये जो लास्ट के 3 है वो अंतरंग योग के अंदर आते हैं। धारणा, देश बंद चित्त से धारणा, जब अपना ध्यान हम एक जगह पर फिक्स कर लेते हैं दिस कम्स अंडर धारणा, कंसंट्रेशन। और ध्यान, जब वही धारणा एक लंबे समय तक बदल जाती है वो ध्यान में कन्वर्ट हो जाती है। लास्ट वन इज समाधि। अब कुछ ऐसी 6 कर्म जो 6 क्रियाएं हैं वो भी डिटॉक्सिफाई करते हैं जो रिहैब सेंटर में, उसमें हम 6 क्रियाएं जो योग में पढ़ते हैं, नेति, धोती, नोली, बस्ती, कपाल भाती, तराटक, ये 6 क्रियाएं जैसे ऐसे हैं जो भी ड्रग्स लेता है पर्सन उसको सबसे पहले जहां सेंटर में जाता है उसको डिटॉक्सिफाई किया जाता है इन क्रियाओं के माध्यम से। तो योगा की जो प्रैक्टिसेस हैं वो बड़ा एक कारगर साबित होती है इसमें, जो अभी हमने 6 क्रियाएं देखी हैं। इंटीग्रेशन कैसे करेंगे, सबसे पहले डायग्नोस करते हैं कि उसकी हिस्ट्री क्या है, कौन सा ड्रग्स लेता है, फिर उसको कैसी प्रैक्टिसेस करवाई जाए योगा की। स्पोर्टिव कम्युनिटी, उसके जो एरिया है सराउंडिंग्स है वो कैसा है इसके बारे में पता लगाएंगे। और लास्ट में उसको जो भी एक प्रोटोकॉल होगा वो देंगे। लास्ट में कंक्लूजन क्या है, ए पाथ टू होलिस्टिक रिकवरी। योगा है वो एक बड़ा कारगर साबित होता है ड्रग एडिक्शन को उसमें कम करने में। और लास्ट में मेरा एक कोट है खुद का जो मैंने खुद से बनाया है, डोंट इंडल्ज द इंटॉक्सिकेशन दैट फेड अवे, एम्ब्रेस द वन दैट स्टेज विद यू फॉर एवर। इसका मीनिंग क्या है कि ऐसा नशा कीजिए जो क्षणिक रहे हो, ऐसा नशा नहीं करना है। नशा ऐसा करना है जो हर टाइम, हर समय, हर सेकंड में हमारे साथ रहे। वो मेहनत का नशा हो सकता है, विश्वास का नशा हो सकता है, किसी का। दैट्स ऑल फ्रॉम माय साइड एंड माय रेफरेंस एंड थैंक यू।
Offline presentations are over.
May I? Actually, I'm
Yes, yes,
online,
yes.
ma'am. Yes,
Ma'am, online presentation. Richa Sikri.
Ma'am, this is Rekha.
Mr. Philip, you can present.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, can I present? Yeah, Philip. Thank you.
Serial number 265.
Good morning.
Mr. Rotimi, you can present after Mr. Philip.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Philip, are you ready?
Me, I'm ready.
Yes, ma. I'm ready, ma.
Okay.
Thank you very much, ma. Again, my names are Dr. Philip Idewajewole from Federal University of Ekiti, Nigeria. I will be presenting on a topic titled Impact of Information and Communication Technology on Educational Management Students' Academic Performance in Nigerian Universities. And as we all know that in the 21st century, that ICT has become part of us. There is no success that can be made academically, either as teachers or students, without incorporating the usage of ICT. And it stems from personalized learning experiences and access to online relevant resources to interactive learning platform. ICT has drastically transformed educational sector, particularly in the aspect of research, teaching, computer-based tests, online classes, and in various platforms. And specifically educational management, which encompasses the study of management, finance, and marketing in educational field, has experienced significant changes in the last decade due to the advancement in ICT. Thus, student academic performances are aided not only in education management, but in every course of study in all educational institutions across the globe. There are related literatures reviewed, such as from UNESCO 2023, Shovik and Randy 2015, among others. The challenges of ICT in Nigerian universities, such as plagiarism, low digital literacy, poor maintenance culture, inadequate funding, poor power supply, inadequate facilities, information overload, resistance to change by the proposed end users, distractions, malpractices, examination malpractices, poorly equipped computer laboratory, poor network connectivity, viruses that damage data storage and computer software, among others. However, impact of ICT to student academic performances are germane. And despite these challenges, the impact of ICT to student academic performances cannot be overemphasized. For example, ICT provides good platform for students and lecturers interactions and is used for online registration activities. ICT is a tool used to carry out assignments, attend online classes via platforms such as Zoom, Telegram, WhatsApp, Google Meet, among others. It is also used to evaluate student projects, exchange information, carry out computer-based tests, and just to mention a few. And these variables are aligned with observations of scholars such as Shrever and Estrie 2017, Adrenia 2020, among others. Statement of the problems. Educational students, education management students face several challenges that affect their ability to leverage ICT for optimal learning in many Nigerian universities. Technological disparity creates a divide among students, disadvantaging them, those from lower economic background or remote areas who may lack access to reliable and high-speed internet, modern devices, and up-to-date Java software, among others. There are about 3 objectives for the studies and 3 research questions, and as well 3 hypotheses. The scope of the study covered the Federal University of Ekiti and Ekiti State University, respectively. And the study explored the extent to which educational management students at both universities utilize ICT tools and resources in their academic activities, such as the frequency and types of ICT tools used, which include online learning management system, digital library, simulation software, collaborative platform, among others. And the study significance of the study is significant by examining how ICT tools and resources are utilized. The research identifies effective strategies for leveraging technology to improve learning outcomes. And this can help students engage more deeply with course materials and enhance their academic achievement, among others. Of course, a theoretical framework, technology acceptance model by Fred Davis of 1989 was adopted, to guide the study. And relevant studies were also reviewed and appraised to add flesh to the study. Methodology: a descriptive survey research design was adopted for the study. The study population comprised all undergraduate students of educational management in the 2 selected universities. The research employed a simple random sampling technique to ensure unbiased representation, with a subset of 400 students selected randomly from the Faculty of Education from both universities. Results and discussions. Answering is question number 1. And it is shown that with 64.5% using ICT frequently or sometimes, while 55% of respondents use ICT frequently or sometimes during lecture. This suggests that there might be barriers to ICT usage in the classroom, such as lack of devices, inadequate infrastructure, power epileptic, or restrictive policies. Then answering research question 2, that also revealed that a significant portion of students, that is about 42.4%, had never received ICT training. And only 22.7% had frequent training. A considerable number of respondents, which is about 49.5%, really had access to ICT facilities, as again 22.5% who frequently had access, and other. Then in actually question 3 also stipulate that a lot of students have challenges with ICT usage due to those factors earlier mentioned. And also this indicates that ICT tools facilitate better interactive among students and between students and lecturers, enhancing the learning experiences, and among others. Then hypothesis testing. And main hypothesis which states there is no significant relationship between the impact of ICT and the academic performance of educational management students in university. And the table on table 4 reveals that the R calculated, that is 0.2279, is greater than R calculated 0.195 at 0.05.
Kindly conclude. All the
Thank
presenters are requested kindly conclude within 2 minutes.
Okay,
We are
thank you.
running very short. Kindly conclude your
Okay.
paper within 2 minutes.
Thank you, ma'am. In summary, there was high frequency of ICT usage for academic work, but lower frequency for accessing information at home and during lecture. Also, the major challenges in the sample university include lack of ICT training, limited access to ICT facility and Wi-Fi, and different challenges relating to poverty and other. Conclusion and recommendation. And based on the finding, it's recommended that ICT is essential for modern education, but challenges need to be addressed. To fully leverage its potential, institutions should invest in ICT infrastructure, make Wi-Fi free for student usage in university, provide training and support, and promote effective ICT usage to enhance academic performance. Now, it is also suggested that a mixed method approach to conduct a study on a combination of quantitative and qualitative methods to ensure a more comprehensive picture of ICT usage and academic performance is required, among others. Thank you for listening.
Ma'am, may I present now? Good evening, ma'am.
Thank you.
Who is this?
Good evening.
Ma'am, this is Rekha Garg.
My name is Rotimi
Rekha ma'am,
Adegboye.
your name is not in our list. You
Rotimi
My
Adegboye.
name is added today itself. By mistake, they have skipped, and today they have mailed me the schedule, and I'm in the first technical session.
Ma'am, then please wait for a few more minutes. Mr.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Babarune, you can present.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Excuse me, ma'am, could you please tell me my number? I'm Dr. Shikha Fogart.
My name is Rotimi Adegboye from Federal Polytechnic Upper. I'll be talking on the paper titled Awareness and Utilization of Student Loan Scheme of Federal Government of Nigeria by students of Federal Polytechnic Upper. The Federal Government of Nigeria recently formulated a policy because of the situation of things in the country to make higher education more accessible and affordable by putting in place a loan scheme for students to access. So access to affordable higher education remained a significant challenge in Nigeria as many students struggle to finance their education due to rise in tuition fee and living expenses. Among other things, the inflation rate in the country has made things more worsening and terrible for students to access higher education. There are very many students that have good results, but finance has remained a very significant obstacle for them to access higher education. So this paper will be looking at objective to assess the level of awareness of student loan scheme. What is the level of awareness of this student loan? That is first objective that we'll be looking at in this paper. The second is to evaluate the utilization of this student loan. How are students utilizing it? Are they applying for it? And so on and so forth. The theory for this paper adopted, before I go to the theory, recently in Nigeria, the increasing cost of higher education poses a significant barrier to students from low-income background. There are many students from low-income background, they find it hard to access higher education. While the federal government has introduced student loan scheme to provide financial support and promote access to tertiary education, the awareness and utilization of this loan remain very low. Despite the growing number of students in higher institutions, especially in polytechnic and other institutions of learning in Nigeria, many are either unaware of the availability of this financial assistance by federal government, or that they do not utilize this loan due to lack of information or concern about the application and repayment process. So this study seeks to address the critical issue by investigating the level of awareness and utilization of student loan among Federal Polytechnic of our students. So understanding the barrier that prevents students from accessing this financial opportunity will provide insight into how to improve the reach and effectiveness of student loan scheme in Nigeria. So,
sir, please kindly conclude.
This study adopted human capital theory. So from the study, its results revealed that 57% of students signified awareness of this student loan, while 71% of the students, although the 51% seem to be above average, but it is inadequate compared to the population of students in Nigeria. Then also the results showed that 71% of the students have applied for the loan, but only 43% have reported success of this loan disbursement to them. So in conclusion, there is low level of awareness of this student loan among the tertiary institution students. Then another thing is that most of these students did not see this as a reality due to incessant lies and propaganda from government quarters. So this thing was seen as just a camouflage to just put in place to make students feel like they have access. So now, from this, it is recommended that there is need for more improvement on the campaign for this. The federal government and other government agencies should create more awareness on this. That is the first recommendation. Then the second recommendation here is that the federal government should make the application process more simplified and less cumbersome.
Dr. Rotimi, please conclude. We are running short of time.
Thank you very much. That was my presentation.
Thank
you. Hello, good morning.
Yes, Mr. Yes, please start.
Yeah, Babatunde Ola is my name. Hello, good morning.
Yes, Mr. Baba, please continue.
Thank you. Good morning from Nigeria. I'm Ogunshola Babatunde Olawale. I'm to present on paper titled Bridging Global and Local, Enhance the Effectiveness of International Organizations in Local Peace-Building Initiatives. This paper is jointly written by my humble self and Olukayode Babatope. Firstly, let me define what we mean by peace building. Peace building encompasses actions that prevent conflicts, resolve disputes, and foster sustainable peace within communities. It is essential to recognize that crucial for the success of these organizations. It's been central to peace-building efforts in conflict-affected regions, employing various strategies to foster stability and recovery. The United Nations, for instance, has established itself as a key player in this domain. There are a lot of literature review and thematic review that I did in the course of this work. Then I look at the United approach. The United Nations Development Program has adopted a multifaceted approach to local governance and peace building that emphasizes the importance of inclusive governance, structure as foundation for sustainable peace. Then I look at what is the research gap in this work. Despite the growing recognition of the importance of local ownership and participation in peace building, significant gaps remain in research literature. A key area that requires further exploration is the practical implementation of local ownership principles in building peace, in peace-building processes. Then I move to theoretical foundation. The theoretical foundation that underpinning this study is hybrid peace-building framework. The framework emphasizes the interplay between local and international actors in peace-building processes. This approaches recognizes that effective peace building is not solely
Ma'am, may I present now?
Yes, I still have my second paper for presentation. Am I free to go ahead? Hello, ma. Hello, ma. I still have my second paper for presentation.
Your voice is audible.
Please, who is this?
Can I
Hello?
see my second paper? This is
Mr. Philip and Mr. Rotimi, you were done with the presentation? Fine.
Yes.
Yes, done.
Thank you. I still have my. Should I?
In conclusion, the study highlights the vital role of local ownership and agency in successful peace-building initiatives across the context like Nigeria, Liberia, and South Sudan, empowering local leaders, enhancing community trust and intervention effectiveness. While top-down approaches often alienate populations, the misperception of international intervention underscores the need for genuine collaboration with local stakeholders and culturally adapted strategies. Thank you so much.
Ma'am, good evening. May I present
Thank you.
now?
Philip, should Philip present the second paper? Should I go ahead, ma?
No, Mr. Philip, we are having short of time.
Ma'am, may I present now? I'm in college.
Okay, Dr. Rekha, please go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am.
Please wind up within 2-3 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. May I share my screen? Yeah, I hope my screen is visible.
Yes, it is visible, yes.
Yes, ma'am. Very good evening to all of you, to the coordinator, ma'am, and all the fellow presenters. The title of my paper is Disability in Indian Commercials, Today's Trends and Tomorrow's Potential. So as we all know that today we are living in the 21st century, and in this 21st century we have a fast-paced life, and we like the reels, we like the small is beautiful. So I have chosen this Indian commercials due to this, and here I would like to talk about the representation of disability. The overview of my paper is disability and advertising, why it matters. Then I'll talk about current landscape, or we can say the current trends, and there are certain challenges in representation. And besides that, there is tomorrow's potential, and a quite positive representation is happening nowadays. So I would like to focus on that. The first of all, disability. We need to understand what is disability. So I want to say that people experience disability in their lifetime. At certain kind of disability, they feel experience, and that is why they are called TAB. Temporarily able-bodied. We all are the temporarily able-bodied people, and but the people who are greatly, or we can say lastingly impacted with disability, are labeled as disabled, and they are not considered normal at all. Rather, they are excluded, they are othered, they are neglected, they are ghettoized, and being in millions, They are their number in millions, but they are the missing millions, and you can see that this minority group is the least represented group. And this is the irony of our society, that more visible the disability is, the person becomes more invisible. And this is the irony of the today's time. And as my paper is studies the Indian commercials, um, because advertisements are considered or they can have the ability to move us, they have the ability to thrill, to entertain, and to inspire us. So I have chosen this Indian commercials because they have a greater influence and wider reach due to the easy accessibility and inspirational short narratives, because we like the short narratives. So the current landscape which I'm talking here, that is breaking stereotypes. So the current landscape is breaking stereotypes, authentic representation. We are looking technology and accessibility as themes. Nowadays, you can see that technology has bridged the gap, and I'm here being a wheelchair user, I'm able to present my paper. So we can say that technology has certainly bridged the gap. And advocacy for diversity and inclusion in ads in collaboration with the disability advocates. So here I would like to show you some examples, like empowering narratives. I give you Lenovo's accessibility campaign showcases the role of technology in empowering individuals with disabilities. You can see that how technology has empowered this person, and he is able to work. And in the same way, we have a Titan, and they have a campaign, "We are all special." And this celebrates the idea that everyone is unique regardless of their abilities. It shows that a visually impaired pianist performs confidently on stage, breaking the stereotypes. And other example, we can see the SDST life insurance features the story of a visually impaired Indian, Darpan Inani, and he is the winner of Crayon Chess, and that is due to the idea of his father, because he wants to participate in sports, and being visually impaired, it was uh, difficult for him, but his father supported him, and he could be a winner of the champion. So this idea, this SDFC life insurance says that sir utha ke jiyo, means live with dignity. And the same way, there is another campaign by Thumbs Up, and it shows the idea that disability doesn't define limits. It's in our mind. It shows para athletes resilience and their empowerment. One more good example of diversity inclusion, we can see that Vicks campaign, Touch of Care. This ad features the emotional story of a transgender woman, which we even don't consider the person to transgender people. And this is a story of a transgender woman and her daughter with cerebral palsy. It conveyed the message of adoption and care, that care transcends all barriers and emphasize the idea of unconditional love regardless of disability, and it can happen. uh, I have the video of also, I can show you. Due to the shortage of time, I'm not able to see. Another example, we can have the jewelry commercial by Joy Lucas. And in this short video, you'll see that this girl is a wheelchair user, and which is beyond our dream, that in Indian scenario, if a girl is marriageable age, so she should not have any kind of deformity. It is considered to be a perfect body. But this ad break this stereotypes, and it shows a wheelchair user, a cheerful bride and dreamy woman like any other bride. And you can have this Nike's campaign, what makes you beautiful featured Lakshmi Agarwal, the acid attack survivor, and recently the movie also has become Chapak movie, and also launched the drive Just Hire One to enable the acid attack survivors earn and become independent. They have this campaign of, and in this campaign they have hired 3 acid attack survivors so that they can be economically independent and not be a burden. Another we can see of that how today's advertisements are market driven, and how emotional branding they are doing, because through the emotional advertisement they are winning the brand loyalty, and they are also winning the customers. So McDonald's has the campaign that emphasize equality, inclusion and dignity for all, ensuring everyone can experience McDonald's without barriers. And it shows McDonald's says that they have a campaign, we are making our burgers able. And I would like to show this video of but
Dr. Rekha, please conclude. We are really having short of time.
Okay, ma'am. Just a second. 1 minute, ma'am. Ma'am, I was disconnected. My screen is is visible. Hello. Hello.
Yes, ma'am, your screen is visible.
Okay, ma'am. And there are certain challenges. Still, we find that we are having the buzzword inclusion, but there are certain challenges still, like sporadic representation. We find we have the tokenism or positive discrimination, because we show the inspiration porn. Like we in the ads, you will find that there is more sympathy, and the inspirational stories are there instead of empowerment. So these kind of challenges, or over reliance on stereotypical narratives like inspiration porn, lack of co-creation. You won't find, like in the movie Zero, you will find that the actress Anushka is there on the wheelchair, and it's okay, fine, that showing the idea, but there is a lack of real life characters. So lack of accessible spaces and infrastructure, this is a bigger problem. And what's the way
Dr.
forward?
Rekha, please.
Yes, ma'am. There should be deeper inclusivity, adaptive products, collaboration, disability advocates, plus creative agencies, and there is need for training. And at last, I will say that all the above examples of advertising have been sensitizing the masses and creating acceptability of the disabled by normalizing their bodily flaws so that their disability can be negotiated. We need to dismantle all the stereotypes, and such efforts can lead and can achieve, through such efforts we can achieve the inclusion in true sense. Thank you, ma'am.
Anu ma'am, may I present next, please?
Shikha ma'am, please go ahead, but please don't take more than 2-3 minutes.
I'll take only 2 minutes, ma'am. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Anu Kapoor. The paper presentation that I'll be going on with, the title is Challenges of Modern English Literature. The landscape of English literature has undergone profound changes in the modern era, marked by shifts in cultural, social, and technological paradigms. Modern English literature, which encompasses work produced from the late 19th century to the present, grapples with a myriad of challenges that reflect the complexities of contemporary life. These challenges are not merely obstacles, but also serves as catalyst for innovation and transformation within the literary field. This paper would delve into the challenges of modern English literature, exploring how they shape literary production and influence the ways in which literature is consumed and understood. Globalization and cultural hybridity. One of the most significant challenges facing modern English literature is the impact of globalization. As the world becomes increasingly interconnected, literature is no longer confined to national boundaries. Writers from diverse cultural backgrounds contribute to the English literary canon, resulting in a rich tapestry of voices and perspectives. However, this cultural hybridity also presents challenges such as potential dilution of local traditions and the commodifications of cultural identities. Technological advancements. When we talk about technological advancement, it has revolutionized the way literature is produced, distributed, and consumed. The rise of ebooks, audiobooks, and online publishing platforms has democratized access to literature, allowing a broader range of voices to be heard. However, this shift also presents challenges for authors, publishers, and readers. Modern English literature grapples with the complexities of identity in an increasingly diverse and multicultural world. Issues of race, gender, sexuality, and class are central to contemporary literary discourse, challenges traditional notions of authorship and representation. I'll conclude the paper. Modern English literature faces a multitude of challenges that reflect the complexities of contemporary society. Globalization, technological advancement, evolving identities, and the struggle for literary value, they all contribute to the dynamic landscape of literature today. While these challenges may pose obstacles, they also serve as catalysts for innovation and transformation. By embracing diversity and leveraging technology, modern English literature has the potential to thrive in an ever changing world, enriching the literary canon and fostering meaningful connections among readers and writers alike. Thank you, Anu ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Shubham Prakash Gupta,
Yes, ma'am.
kindly
Good
present
morning,
within
everyone.
2 minutes. Hanji, please.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Shubham Prakash Gupta, and I am a research scholar under the supervision of Dr. J.K. Raskar, Department of Botany, Postgraduate College, Gazipur. Today, I am very excited to present my paper titled the. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are audible. Please continue.
Okay, ma'am. Mushroom Wealth of Jaunpur district of Uttar Pradesh. Let's begin with introduction. Mushrooms are known among the people for their nutritional and economic value. Wild mushrooms are highly valued for their distinct taste and are used in variety of preparations. For thousands of years, they have been important component of human society and provide a wealth of advantages to both people and environment. And many people also find mushrooms tasty. If we talk about study area, the study area was the Jaunpur district of eastern Uttar Pradesh. Jaunpur is a district under the Varanasi division and is known for its history. Jaunpur is located alongside the Gomti River. The district comprises 21 developmental blocks and 6 tehsils. Uh, let's move towards the objectives. Understanding the Jaunpur district's mushroom wealth can help with locals' income, the production of high quality food, and the conservation of wild mushrooms. The main objective of this study are identification of wild mushrooms as well as to find out the wealth of wild mushroom in that region. Uh, Now let's come on materials and methods. A number of field trips were conducted for this study. The field trips were conducted in several developmental blocks and tehsils of the district Jaunpur of Eastern Uttar Pradesh. Now let's come on the result and conclusion. I'd like to highlight that the study shows that Jaunpur district was quite rich in terms of macrofungal wealth, the culinary potential of the wild mushrooms, and the development of value-added goods, and their varieties could be focus of future research in the Jaunpur district of Uttar Pradesh. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Ms. Swati Tyagi.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Kindly present, ma'am, within 2-3. Kindly conclude within 2-3 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. A very good evening to everyone. The topic of my paper is the diasporic experiences in the Mahabharata, a critical analysis of Kern's narrative in the context of English literature. Today, I will be exploring how the ancient Indian epic, the Mahabharata, offers a powerful lens through which we to examine the diasporic experience and how Kern's story in particular resonates with contemporary debates in English literature. As you all know, the Mahabharata is one of the most revered texts in Hinduism, and its themes of identity, belonging, and cultural displacement continue to resonate with audience today. As a diasporic text, the Mahabharata offers a unique perspective on the experiences of migration, exile, and cultural hybridity. Kern, the son of Kunti and Surya, is a pivotal figure in the Mahabharata, and his narrative offers a powerful exploration of the diasporic experience. Through Kern's story, we see tensions between identity, belonging, as he navigates his complex heritage and grapples with his place in the world. There are also intersections with other diasporic narratives. For example, in Salman Rushdie's Midnight Children, we see a similar exploration of identity and belonging in the context of India's partition and independence. Like Kern, Rushdie's protagonist Salim Sinai must navigate the complexities of his hybrid identity. In Vikram Seth's A Suitable Boy, he explores the tensions between tradition and modernity and the complexities of identity and belonging in post-independence India. Like Kern, Seth's protagonist Lata must navigate the expectations of her family and community while forging her own path. Jhumpa Lahiri's interpreter of Maladies also explores the experiences of diasporic identity and belonging, particularly in the context of Indian American experience. Like Kern, Lahiri's protagonist must navigate the complexities of cultural identity and belonging in a new and unfamiliar context. Concluding my paper, this paper has demonstrated how the Mahabharata and Kern's narrative in particular offers a rich and nuanced exploration of the diasporic experience, one that challenges and complicates dogmatic discourses in English literature, and through its intersections with other diasporic experiences such as those depicted in the works of Salman Rushdie, Vikram Seth, and Jhumpa Lahiri. This paper has highlighted the complexities and nuances of diasporic identity and belonging. Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am.
Dr. Nirpinder.
Good evening, ma'am.
Please present, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. I am Dr. Nirpinder Kaur, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, Amar Shahid Baba Ajit Singh Jujhar Singh Memorial College, Bela. My topic of presentation is factor affecting the effective use of ICT in education. Information and communication technology has become a cornerstone of modern society, driving innovation, efficiency, and connectivity across various sectors. As multidisciplinary domain, ICT contains the integration of hardware, software, and communication network. And there is disturbance in this.
Please mute yourself.
नहीं आपने पेपर नहीं लिखा पेपर नहीं लिखा उस पेपर का टेक्स्ट है तो वो भेज
Can I continue, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, you please continue.
Okay, thank you. As multidisciplinary domain, ICT contains integration of hardware, software, and communication networks, facilitating the seamless exchange of information. From education and healthcare to business and governance, ICT has revolutionized traditional systems by introducing transformative solutions to long-standing challenges. ICT has deeply transformed the education sector by integrating digital tools and platforms into the learning environment. It has reshaped how knowledge is imparted, accessed, and shared. Interactive softwares, e-learning platforms, virtual classrooms, and multimedia resources enable personalized learning for students and also cater their diverse needs. There are some factors affecting the use of ICT in education. One of the most critical is infrastructure and accessibility, which includes availability of essential resources such as computer, tablets, smart boards, reliable internet connectivity. Another is teachers' competence and professional development. It also includes institutional and government supports. Other factors that can which can affect ICT, which can affect the education through ICT are curriculum and learning contents, social cultural factors, collaboration with and partnership with NGOs and private companies, and also the digital literacy. To conclude, I would like to say that ICT has profoundly impacted education by enhancing teaching methodologies, providing access to resources, and enabling personalized learning experience. The integration of ICT has bridged gaps in access to education, introduced innovative tools for teaching and administration, and empower students to explore new ways of learning. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Sikri. Richa Sikri.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm Richa Sikri from M.D.S.D College, Rador. Topic of my paper is Subhash Chandra Bose, the crusader for the equal rights for women. The Indian pilgrim Subhash Chandra Bose carved a path-breaking road to free India from shackles of British servitude through National Army by the help of excess power. Similarly, he became crusader for equal rights to women at the time when no such term like gender equality was coined in Indian society of early 19th and late 20th century. Women were deprived of their social, religious, political, educational, economic, and cultural rights. They were confined to their four walls of houses. Subhash Chandra Bose encouraged them to come forward, get education, use their potential, know their worth, contribute to society, serve the nation, and live their life to the fullest. Subhash Chandra Bose did not consider women me or we. For him, women means courage, stamina, valor, forbearance, power, determination, capacity, caliber, and sacrifice. He acknowledged that these qualities of women were very much required for India's struggle for independence. The women participated in different capacities in national movement. When Subhash Chandra Bose took charge of INA in 1943 to free India, he urged them to join military services as this was the last war for the independence. Subhash Chandra Bose made a brigade, Rani of Jhansi, for women only. Those who joined the brigade were trained in combating, handling of arms, nursing, etc. Thus, Subhash Chandra Bose did not consider women weak and failure or second rate to men. For him, men and women, boys and girls, both were equal or at par. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, everyone. We cannot take any more sessions. However, please let me know who are present so that I can mark them present and they will get the presentation certificate. So we do we have?
Namaskar, ma'am. Yes, my second paper. I have a paper. My second paper. Should I go ahead to present it?
No, Dr. Philip. We are done with the time, so we cannot take any more presentation. So I'll
Ma'am, I also want to present, ma'am. Ambika Sangwan.
Can I present my
I'll
paper?
mark to just wait. I'll announce the names. Dr. Ambika Sangwan is there.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Miss Pooja Dogra.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Okay, then Mr. Abu Bakar Uba. Okay, Dr. Rashid. Dr. Rashid.
Dr. Olajumoke is here. I have not presented my paper.
Who is this?
My name is Dr. Olajumoke Olanipekun, number 40.
We do not have. I didn't have your session in my particular.
There is nobody in breakout section 7.
I'll send your name as present, but I cannot take your presentation, ma'am. Sorry, ma'am.
Please.
Dr. Meenakshi Mittal. Dr. Meenakshi Mittal is there?
Nobody is there. The room is empty.
Miss Jessica Shergill?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay, fine. Miss Dr. Meenakshi Mittal, according to my list, the absentees are Dr. Ogu Ike and Dr. Meenakshi Mittal. Then Mr. Abu Bakr and Dr. Rashid. These are absentees.
Namaskar, ma'am. Ma'am, I am from session 2. Is my name also in the list?
No, sir. I have only list for the technical session 1.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, so how we mark?
We did take some sessions, but those were present in the offline mode. So we have taken sessions with them also. So otherwise,
ma'am, can we leave the conference now?
Yes, you can.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Ma'am, I had a question that can we send our paper? By what date should we send our paper, ma'am?
You can mail to the secretary from where you are receiving mail, sir.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, kindly add my name. I'm in the first technical session, which schedule I got on my mail.
Yes, I have taken, Dr. Rekha.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot. Okay, ma'am.
Okay, we will just conclude as we wrap up the session. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to all our presenters for their insightful contributions and for sharing their expertise. It was very nice listening to all of you, and I really want to thank you for such an enriching session. Thank you, everyone.
Excuse me, ma'am. Nirmal, I am also present here, ma'am.
Dr. Nirmal, yes, ma'am, I have marked you present.
Ma'am.
Ma'am, can I
But
present my PPT, ma'am?
We cannot take now presentations. We have to close the session, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. Ma'am, I have a request to you, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, my co-author is Dr. Sanjeev Kumar, and I have paid the amount for the co-author also, but his name is not appeared in the list,
Ma'am,
ma'am.
you can mail your concern to the secretary from where you have been receiving mails. Fine?
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Thank you,
Ma'am, excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, actually, we have paid the fees to present the paper and we didn't got the chance to present the paper.
But I have marked you present now because we cannot take the sessions, but we have marked you present. Don't worry about it.
Ma'am, that's not fair with the candidates, no? We are waiting since morning
we are having
and
a
you
really
have
short of
not
time.
taken.
Please try to understand. Sorry for the inconvenience.
Thank you, Dr. Anu Kapoor, ma'am, for chairing this session with great expertise and ensuring a smooth and engaging discussion. Ma'am, your valuable insights and thoughtful moderation significantly enriched the session. I would like to thank you for accepting our invitation for chairing this session, for sparing your valuable time with us, and also for comments and suggestions on paper that have been presented in today's technical session. It was very interesting to have you as our chairperson. I truly appreciate your contribution to the success of our conference. Thank you, ma'am.
Dr. Kaushal. Thank you so such a nice words. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, kindly suggest 2 best paper presenters to Anuradha, ma'am. You may WhatsApp
Yes,
2 names to Anuradha, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
I'll send it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you once again. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. And thank you for your level of coordination.
Ma'am, is there any feedback form which we have to fill?